Start at 9, but as you know, if you were involved yesterday afternoon, we had Jeannie Boyce, and we asked her to come back to begin her presentation on behavioral health. Before we do that, would you all rise and join me in the pledge of allegiance? Flag's back there. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Jeannie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm back this morning to talk a little bit about behavioral health services. This budget is again one of those budgets that this actually does have a general fund contribution of $7,189. That's a maintenance of effort amount that's required by the state in order to obtain other state and federal funds. The budget does include all our AA87 costs, and in this budget does absorb any personnel increases. We are certainly awaiting the outcomes of negotiations to determine how that will impact this budget in terms of savings and or additional costs. This budget is probably the most difficult of the three budgets that we put together because of the nature of the funding. There are really four major sources of funding in this budget: realignment, Medi-Cal, which includes state and federal funds, managed care, which is state general funds, and the Mental Health Services Act money, which is the 1% tax on millionaires. Probably the most stable of the four is the Mental Health Services Act funds, but those funds are also dependent on the economy, and they are also very proscribed by the state in terms of how they are allocating those funds to counties. We have to jump through lots of different hoops. The funds are categorized in different components, and we've experienced some significant delays in obtaining that reimbursement just based on the state bureaucracy and the process. Since the budget memos that is before you, we are looking at probably an additional $400,000 to $500,000 in budget reductions between now and final, depending on the outcome of the state budget. Basically, we have been putting together different scenarios that we'll bring back to you at final, depending on what happens with the state budget. We are fortunate that we have been conservative in our spending and have held positions vacant. We have a significant cash carry. We have also built an operating and a prudent reserve for our Mental Health Services Act. So in terms of cash flow, we're not in an immediate crisis. I can't tell you that this budget doesn't keep me up at night. It does. We, for the current year, are owed 8 months of our Medi-Cal funding, our federal financial participation. The state and the federal government are in a I'll use a nice word, kind of in an argument about how the state has funded certain services. And as a result, the feds have held up the financial federal participation, and it has not been allocated to counties. So the counties are really the ones that are in the middle of a state-federal feud. So the good news is we anticipate we'll get another $425,000+ for FFP that's owed to us for the current year. Won't show up until 09-10. That's good news. The good news is that we've had successful implementation of our new data management system, our Medi-Cal billing system, which has been it's been about 5 years coming, but in the last 2 years it's really ramped up in the last year. And so our increased billing and efficiencies have increased, so that's a positive thing. The loss of realignment revenue, again, mental health receives the least amount of the realignment, but again, it's dependent on the economy, and as we discussed yesterday, we have anticipated less realignment than previous years. The state is looking at our Medi-Cal managed care. When the state gave the counties the responsibility to provide Medi-Cal services to provide mental health services, the county entered into a Medi-Cal managed care contract. The state matches that with state managed care money. They're talking about eliminating that. For next year, we're actually looking at a 50% reduction. That's about $232,000 for us. But I think what's more concerning to me about the managed care allocation cut, it's a $64 million cut statewide, is the impact that it has on the contract and the shift from the state to the county for financial responsibility for mandated federal entitlement services. We are at the end of our three-year Medi-Cal contract. We will be receiving a new contract. We will be looking at that very carefully and be working with county council, because there's no doubt in my mind that we're going to have to look at what the prescribed services are, what the scope of benefits are, because the state is basically saying to us, we will now only give you money for hospital care, and we'll give you money for medications, and really kind of, well, all your community-based outpatient services, which are the key to our services, which save money, that's going to be on the county. That's a significant policy shift. This feels like, to me, back like in the early 80s when they shifted the medically indigent adult population to counties and they paid counties 70 cents on the dollar. This is one of those shifts where we're going to cut this state general fund, we're going to pay you with the minimum amount, and you're going to have to figure out how to come up with the rest. Certainly they're looking at Mental Health Services Act funds to backfill.
Is there any part of that contract that's going to be negotiable?
Yes. In fact, we will, we're on a telephone call.
Sign it with
The California Department of Mental Health directors and the county council, I mean, everybody's talking about looking at the contract, looking at what this potential change could mean and what we should be renegotiating. Clearly, to me, we need a real careful analysis to look at what our funds are available, what we're going to be able to afford. But what's interesting is here we've had the Mental Health Services Act, which has allowed counties to be very responsive, invite our community to the table, to design services that are really helpful for people to stay at home, be supported, have some socialization, get their medications, and be involved in our services. And yet the medical model of Medi-Cal is very stringent, medical-based, hospital-based, and quite frankly, there aren't enough hospital beds in the state to take care of everybody, and they're expensive. And you know that's the least resort. We try not to put people in the hospital. That you want to keep people at home with support services, and that's what the Mental Health Services Act has allowed us to do. We're also looking at early periodic screening, diagnosis, and treatment. These are Medi-Cal services for children under 21. Depending on how the state determines what the allocation cut will be, we're looking at a loss of anywhere between $46,000 to $113,000. You don't know. So again, I roll up all these cuts, and I'm thinking in my head, okay, I'm thinking we're between $400,000 or $500,000 short if all these things eventuate in the state budget process. Again, we're planning for it. I have a crack fiscal staff. We work as a team. We put together different scenarios. We are trying as best we can to shift costs where we can and to make use of the best use of available dollars and using those Mental Health Services Act to keep our system in place. That's pretty much it. We have 2 vacant positions that are funded, but they're not filled. I'm not planning on filling those. They may have to be unfunded. I don't know yet. I mean, we're just really taking a critical look. There's a clinician open and there's a case management position open. We do use a significant amount of extra hire. We have consumers, we have transportation officers, and if we were to lose that, it would be, quite frankly, it would take us back to where we were years ago, and it would undermine all the work that we've been doing for the last 3 and 4 years. I feel very confident, and we have been very supported by members of this community, from the Mental Health Board to other community members that work with us, whether it's on our Criminal Justice Collaborative meeting, trying to figure out ways to improve services for people who find themselves involved in the court system, who have mental illness, or whether it's people who are 50 years old living on their parents' ranch and their parents are elderly and they're schizophrenic and they need support. We've been able to actually engage people, get people services, get them out of the home, provide some socialization. Some of them are working on the farm to families, actually becoming more independent, which is really, I think, what we all want. A little quality of life and some independence with some proper support. On the positive side, I can say that the Mental Health Workforce, or the Mental Health Services Act, again, the state provides us preliminary estimates. We have to write a plan to those estimates. then they actually have collections. They come back and say, oh, by the way, instead of the $330,000 you're going to get an additional $300,000. Well, that's a good problem to have. So like right now, we know that we will be getting an additional pot of money for prevention, early intervention. That will help us with how we figure out how to make this whole budget process work and be responsive to our consumers, because that's the bottom line. Bottom line is we're here to support people in this community who find themselves with behavioral health issues, with serious mental illness, and we just do the best we can with what we have. But the state budget process to me is undermining some of the work, the best work that's been done, and I really see it as a clash between an old medical model and a new, more holistic and actually more efficient, cost-effective model of community-based care. How it will shake out, well, I'll let you know. I'll be here speaking to you again, and we'll do our best to make things work without impacting the general fund. We don't anticipate that, and like I said, we're doing our best to make sure that we have some reserves, because the uncertainty and the bouncing ball in terms of funding is crazy making. Any questions?
Yes, Steve.
I have a few questions. The first one has to do with the extra help that I see working in the particularly the behavioral health department. The nature of the programs are, as you've described, somewhat fluctuating.
Right.
That some of them are even called innovation programs. That is, they're going to test some ideas out and see if they work. So clearly they're not permanent, but it's interesting to me that we've got almost a one-size-fits-all classification, extra help, to cover those positions. And at a moment like this, that might have been easier on the way up. But as we reduce force and service, it seems to me that we've got a problem with having only one classification or one class of the workforce, all of which has to go at a moment like this. Some counties use limited duration positions. Some of these are partially benefited, some have more rights than others, some are completely temporary and go at the first sign of trouble. But there are different gradations at moments like this, and it allows the services such as behavioral health to continue the community outreach, the project work that has developed as part of the innovations of this department. Interestingly enough, these innovations seem to be working. We may be actually declining the percentage of people going to hospitals and jails. That there's actually good results. So the question is, at a moment like this, is our classification system, is our limit in having just extra help and not having some of these other types of classifications for project work, is that harmful to the service at this point? And is there anything that you could imagine doing anything about it?
Well, at this point in this budget, I don't have anybody in the positions that I may have to lay off. So I'm not immediately impacted by the extra help. But if I had those positions filled and I had to lay off people and I had to lay off my extra hire, it would be devastating. And I would say we do need some other classifications, because as we transform the system, which is what the whole Mental Health Services Act is about, and involve consumers, sometimes consumers can't work 8 hours a day. That's not in their best interest, nor our best interest. And we need them to work part-time. We might need them part-time with benefits, part-time without benefits, extra hire, clearly extra hire backfill. I think we need more. I think we do need more ranges of possibilities for the extra help. It scares me if I would have to lay off all my extra help. We're going to lay off the people we just brought on that are just actually integrating with staff and making a difference, both in terms of inviting other consumers to get help, as well as just the basic fabric of our community support. Any help the county can do in terms of looking at that would certainly help us. And
Particularly in this case, it appears that some of the extra help personnel doing community outreach is actually clients or former consumers and in transition. So
That's
that this
correct.
has become integrated into the effort to move people into independent livelihoods, as well as being the best people to do that outreach.
Right. I mean, we have found that we can help people. I mean, just because somebody has schizophrenia doesn't mean that they are forever going to have to sit on the side and stay at home for the rest of their life doing nothing. I mean, they can get on their medications, they can work with proper support, they can live independently. It's a range of options, and we can do that with some of our funding, but it requires support. It doesn't happen overnight. We have a significant case management team. We have consumer liaisons who work with people, help them make a transition.
You mentioned earlier that there was a Justice Committee, and we had found, I guess, maybe 4 years ago, that a good portion of the jail population was dual diagnosis or mental health consumers, or people who may not be actually consuming services but might be in need of that. Can you give us an estimate at this point of how much of our population in jail or on probation are in that circumstance at this point?
That have mental health and alcohol and drug issues?
Yes.
What do you say, Rita?
Well, we looked at the jail population periodically, and at any given time, we have about a third of the population in jail who are known to behavioral health, either substance abuse or mental health. And I'd say we have a staff member who goes to the jail every week and sees several people there who are there either short-term or who are known to us already. So maybe 2 or 3 a week.
Yeah, and so you have that population that we know about, but there's maybe other people in the jail that have never accessed services, that may have mental illnesses that we're unaware of. So you can add to that. I don't think we know exactly, but I can tell you it's upwards of 60%, is my guess. I'm pleased to say that we have a really good group of folks working together, which includes the Superior Court judge, behavioral health, consumers, public defender, district attorney, probation, all of us looking at how we best address the interaction between the court legal system and behavioral health, so that people who have mental illness, who find themselves, and or addiction, because most times they have both, we can do some interventions on the front end so that people don't languish in jail inappropriately if they have mental illness. That doesn't mean to say that somebody with mental illness who also has substance abuse gets themselves in a situation where they assault someone, doesn't have a responsibility and need to take responsibility for a criminal act. Fine line, lots of difficult issues, lots of system issues, but we have people at the table trying to work that out, and I know, Steve, you've been instrumental in helping us with some of those issues. We have applied for a federal grant to do strategic planning for a reentry program, because we really need to have somebody to help us corral all our different interests and we're really looking at the future of what type of programming should we do. There are best practices we're looking at in terms of cognitive behavioral therapy, education, group dynamics. I mean, there's just a host of possibilities that we can do to help people while we have them in a confined space, jail, so that when they get out, they won't reoffend.
All right, just one last thing. You had mentioned earlier in your presentation that one of the primary goals of these new programs over the last 4 years has been to keep people out of institutions or hospitals, which is the economically most costly arrangement. Would you say the same for the jail? What's the cost effectiveness of housing our mental health clientele in that?
Well, it's not cost effective for them to be in jail. I mean, I think Dennis could tell us what it's $32,000 a year for jail or prison. I'm not sure what that cost is up to for somebody.
Per individual?
Per individual, but in a hospital bed, a psychiatric hospital bed will cost you at least $900 a day, plus the medical services that go with that. Pretty expensive. But if we can do some supportive services in the community, put wraps around the people, those folks, get them some structure. We know that alcoholics and addicts need structure. we've been able to put together a pretty strong team. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the substance abuse budget next, because unfortunately that budget is also being cut. So we're going to cut the very programs that we know have given us some success, which is not a proud moment.
Well, this gets to kind of my final point.
I thought the last one
That
was.
was, but it segues into my summary, which is that it makes very little sense to cut behavioral health and drug and alcohol when they are successful. When we find innovative programs that actually have reduced jail population and institution, going to hospitals or mental health institutions, we may be being penny wise and pound foolish. And I really want to examine this budget in particular, and the next one that we're talking about, in relation to that. I do not want to save $50,000 and cost the county hundreds of thousands in some other portion of its budget. And that this looks to me like one of those moments to really look at program impacts, to be able to discern financial impacts. So I will look forward to the drug and alcohol presentation.
I'm taking Steve's comments on one step further. He's asking is what would the general fund have to subsidize your department to keep it afloat, because that's where the money has to come from to keep those programs.
Yeah.
So
We'd have to look at what programs you'd find to be most needed. I mean, counselors certainly, probation officers certainly. For offenders, we know that our multidisciplinary team approach works. We have counselors with probation officers who meet with the judge for our drug court clientele every week. We know that structure before the court works. It's an expensive model. I'm getting into the substance abuse budget now, but that we're not even sure we're going to get the drug court funded. It's a real mixed bag. I mean, clearly you need counselors, substance abuse counselors. You also need probation officers. You also need law enforcement at the table in the discussions, because it has to impact what programming can go on in their facility. Right now, our facility doesn't lend itself to any type of programming because there's no room. There's one tiny little room that maybe we can hold AA and NA meetings for, I don't know how many people. How many people fit in that room? Not too many. So it's really, we don't even have the room to do the programming right now, which is too bad, because we know programming works. We know direct supervision with programming produces better outcomes for people. We're with the substance abuse program budget. Prop 36 funding is on the table. It's scheduled to be eliminated. They've kept the offender treatment program money, which is about $18 million statewide. The joint funding used to be $120 million statewide. Now there's lots of conversations at the state. Well, the treatment programs in the prison system don't really work, so let's not do that anymore. Maybe we should give some of that money to counties. But I haven't really seen that proposal pencil out. In the Budget Conference Committee, they're talking about eliminating the Prop 36, but then backfilling with federal funds, through federal stimulus. I'm not sure what funds they're talking about. We haven't been able to figure out exactly. I don't think anybody knows yet how it will pencil out. But without the Prop 36 money in the substance abuse budget, we fund about $106,000 to probation right now. We funded 80% deputy probation officer through Prop 36, 20%. Between drug court and Prop 36, we actually provide funding for a full deputy probation officer. We also provide for a .40 clerical support, and then some ancillary drug testing. We also provide some services that were required under Prop 36 for literacy, for job training. Those services will have to just do referrals. And if there isn't a literacy program, I'm not sure how we'll meet that requirement. We're going to have to face that when we come to it. It's not a good scenario. I mean, it doesn't make sense in terms of penny wise and pound foolish. It is penny wise and pound foolish. People get referred for treatment. Some people will say they want treatment and then they never show up, but then there's other people who actually do want treatment and will show up and will take advantage of what opportunities are there for them. And they do do well with structure. And at this point, really, I don't know what will shake out on that budget. I've talked to Mike Kolachich, we're looking at cutting that position. I'm looking at losing a counselor position. Staff has stepped to the plate and said if we need to, we'll take voluntary time off. When we all agreed, we'll take a 10% cut. That's what we need to do to maintain position. Staff is looking at maybe closing 1 day a week, maybe going to a 4-day week, 10-hour days, or perhaps 36 hours a week. And we'll do a class at night. We'll meet 8 to 8 so we can do a intensive outpatient program at night so we can adjust and help people who are working that need to also go to treatment. It'll be more responsive to the community. I think we need to do that. At this point, it's disconcerting, to say the least, because we've seen through our programs, as we've gotten more structure and more interdisciplinary, how it can work and how people can recover, and treatment does work. It doesn't work for everybody. It takes some people a couple times through. It can lead people to water, but if they don't want to drink it, can't make them. And we don't like to spend our time doing more work than the clients. And that's not our jobs. There's some people that need to go to jail. That it's trying to find that balance.
Thanks.
Any other comments? Jeannie, the thing that keeps popping through my mind is how lucky we are to have you. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Yes, and very cool that you actually kept reserve funds for such a moment. I can see how you've cut half of those out to cover this year and are still keeping some for next, and I think that's very wise budgeting.
Well, it's taken its toll on certain staff, but you just know when you live and die by the state and feds, it goes up and it goes down. And so we'll have good years, and I think if we can weather the next couple of years, I actually think next year might be worse. I think if we can get through the next 2 years, then hopefully things will get a little better, and hopefully we can pull in some additional federal funds to keep our planning going with the criminal justice system, because that's really where we need to really focus. And I feel strongly that we have made terrific strides with working with the jail personnel, law enforcement, probation, and the courts. And I think all of us have really been open to understanding what each other's system issues are, and where we can make changes now that don't cost money, and really what's communication, what's process, and then there's all these things that do cost money. But you can do both. There's opportunities in times like this too, and so I think we're all optimistic that we're not going to just throw in the towel and say it's all for naught.
Okay, if there are no other questions on mental health, can you start on the substance abuse program?
Yeah, I actually just drifted right into the substance abuse budget. Again, this budget is federal and state funds. There is no general fund contribution to this budget. We absorb all the A87 costs as well as all the personnel increases. What we don't know about this budget is how much the savings from negotiations will be, which is then going to have to be balanced with what other further rejections we'll need to make in this budget. Again, it's the Prop 36 funds that we're most concerned about losing, because it will impact not only substance abuse staff but also probation. Again, I would ask the board I'm not sure what the logistics are, if a department wants to close and go to a 4-day week, 10-hour days, is that something that the board has to take formal action on? Do I have the ability to say we're closed on? Will we work around the courts which day we've closed? But it makes more sense to serve our consumers. At this point, that's pretty much it for the substance abuse budget. On the positive side, on the substance abuse budget, I'll just tell you, we are doing some prevention work. We are working with some of the high-risk kids in the schools. There's some really good youth-driven activities going on, both Friday Night Live at Calaveras and Bret Hart. So there are also some positive things happening that aren't just treatment, but prevention.
On this topic, there was some public comment yesterday, or maybe the day before, I'm trying to remember, but that had to do with government policy in relation to what was termed prohibition.
Where's Al when we need him?
Well, Al's representative, I believe it's right behind us. And I don't know whether he holds the same position, but I'd be real interested
I think he does.
in hearing your thoughts about the costs of this and the effectiveness of our drug programs. And in this budget time, are we allocating
We're
what kind of
underfunded. We're underfunded in alcohol and drug
in terms
services treatment.
of recovery and prevention?
Yes.
But we do spend a great deal of time on interdiction, prosecution, incarceration.
Right.
So I think that's what he was talking about. I'm interested in your...
Well, it'd be nice to shift some of the monies away from the prisons and put it more on the front end. I mean, clearly. And if I had my druthers, and this is a dreaded word, and the Taxpayers Association will hate this, I say tax alcohol. So you don't have to drink alcohol if you don't want to. But look at all the problems that come about because of alcoholism and addiction. I mean, we could be funding some other treatment services if there was another funding source. But clearly, we seem to be very, we never fund prevention to the degree that prevention could be funded. It just typically doesn't get funded.
We still at roughly $150,000 a year on prevention, about 1.2 on recovery.
That's probably about right.
And
then
10 to 15 on the others.
I think where we have made strides in this county that are also intertwined is certainly with First Five and the efforts going on with 0 to 5 and the parenting, because really we need to get to support parents 0 to 5. Because when we see kids, and I think Mary can talk about this in social services and Mike can talk about this in probation, we all share these families. Traumatic events happen very young. Kids get hurt. They don't get the services they need. Their thought patterns get twisted. They may, for a lot of our women that are in our outpatient substance abuse program, have been physically, sexually abused, had traumatic injuries that were never addressed, and they self-medicate. And before you know it, they're addicted to drugs, they're doing meth, and then they alienate their families and all their friends, and then they're in jail. And we have to stop that by supporting families early on. And I think we're doing a good job by blending the child abuse prevention work with our First Five work. And I think that certainly the parents I've witnessed and have asked for help seem to really be thriving with the extra support.
Janie, while we're on the drug issue, to what extent are your programs effective outside of the court system? In other words, that it doesn't require compulsion or coercion through a court or through a prison or jail to get into a remediation program. What percent is sort of based on of your clientele is based on coercion, and what percent is based on sort of voluntary
voluntary
seeking
treatment,
of help?
I would say probably 98% coercion and 2% seeking
Voluntary.
help. People we see are court-ordered to treatment, pretty much.
And then,
I mean,
and then what do your sort of records show for recidivism?
Yeah.
I never could say the term right, but there's people you see that come because of compulsion. That 98%.
About a third. Yeah. Well, on the
how many basically are you effectively not able to reach, and how many are you able to reach in some meaningful way?
I would say we reach probably about 35%. I think 35% won't even show up. They'll get court ordered. They might come once and they'll disappear. And then I would say of those, that 2/3 left, a third will get the first time around.
Will not be going back in the system, right. And the other third will end up back in the system.
We'll go back, and it may take 2 or 3 times. And the research will show that relapse happens.
Do you do any research? I'm sure there's research done.
There's research for every $3 spent on treatment. What is that?
Every dollar in treatment.
Every dollar saves $3.
Okay.
I'm sure there's been some research done on sort of profiling the third that you reach and profiling the third you don't reach, so you know you have a better idea as to who your target group is and where you want to focus your resources, etc. Are you able to say what are the characteristics that in a personal profile that says you're probably in the third that will accept remediation, and you're in the third that probably will not?
I think it's very individual, and Rita, maybe you want to come in and add some things, but sometimes it comes down to what support people have and their willingness to change. And that's where we also get support with what some of the things that Mike was talking about when we work as a team, to get people to think that they can actually change their life. Because a lot of these folks that we deal with, they're on the outside looking in. They have not been engaged in any meaningful way in a healthy community or healthy relationships. So, I know you want to add to this?
I do. I would say, both from experience and watching the programs here, that the structure of the program and the court requirements make a big difference as well. I was looking at our data the other day. Out of about 250 cases open for anything from a DUI first time all the way through drug court, we have 6 people who were self-referred this year, and 2 of those were closed. Self-referrals don't usually work very well. People need more of a structure. They want to get better, but to keep you coming back, you really need somebody saying, whether it's your family or the court, saying you need to be there and you need to keep showing up while it's unpleasant. So our best statistics are with the drug court, where there's a lot of intense supervision. There's meeting with the judge every week, up to every month. There's a lot of concern, but a lot of consequences if you don't perform. Again, at the same time, these are those people that have hit bottom. This is about as bad as it gets just before you go to prison. So there's a combination of I've had enough to the courts really making me perform plus praising me for performing. Prop 36 is quasi-drug court. It really doesn't have the hammer that the drug court does. I think our court is doing a very nice job of providing the supportive side and inviting people back every week, and it is making a difference with keeping people in treatment. The main criteria that seems to make the difference is how long people stay in treatment. The longer they stay in treatment, the better they're going to be for the long term. And the court or the family or the employer is what keeps people in treatment. So if there's anything that you can say about it, it's how long they stay.
And what are the statistics for 5 years after treatment, 10 years after treatment? Because a lot of times the people fall back into the environment that got them where they were there.
Yeah.
And that's
I think that's where we're looking about the 1/3 is what you look at nationally. We don't have any data. We have looked at the reoccurrence of reoffending for our DUI program. We looked at that this year, and we were surprised to find because our multiple offender program is pretty big, we were assuming that those people had gone through our program the first time and the second time and ended up the third time with their DUIs having failed them, and we found that that wasn't the case at all. They were not known to us in the first and second round and showed up later. Every program is different. Has different rules. I would, if I had my druthers, I would change the DUI programs a whole lot, but they're very regulated by the state and need a different change at a different level to make them really good. But
we would probably change Prop 36 too.
Yes.
Too many loopholes. I mean, we know it works. The drug court model works, but it's intensive and it's expensive.
Thank
But
you.
we know it works.
Before you go with this discussion that Steve alluded to in the last several days, or yesterday particularly, that the proposal, this thought that things would improve a whole lot if the substances were made to be not illegal. There's a fundamental flaw in my mind to that philosophy, because the deterrent of getting caught doing something illegal, I think, is fairly effective. It is for me. But I think that it'd be a very, very unusual circumstance if you had somebody in the program and you're trying to get them to change their life and not use a substance. If it suddenly on one day became okay to use it, you'd lose 90% of your people. You wouldn't have the 35%, 33%.
Well, remember that a number of those people were using a drug when they did another offense. So they are in court and in treatment usually for the other offense rather than the drug possession. Yesterday it was discussed, it was about 1/3 possession. The main problem is under the influence of alcohol and methamphetamine, very serious offenses occur, and that's what gets people into court and jail and then into treatment.
Okay, but don't you agree with me that there's a kind of a little detour on that thought process, that if we make it legal, it'll be better, and we won't be spending so much money, because we're
You have to look at the drug.
Yeah, you look at the drug.
Some drugs are way worse than others, particularly methamphetamine. I think we can see it's the thread.
And I think, Gary, you're right. I mean, part of our program is teaching people that they've got to give up their people they're hanging with, because it's not helping them be healthy.
And the reason I bring that up is I have an employee that had some problems, and he didn't change his environment, and he went through the system several times, and then the final time he went through a program and changed his environment, and it's been 4 years, and he's been to work every day, been sober every day, and it was a matter of changing his environment.
Absolutely.
Instead of going through the program, then going back to that same environment.
That's
I mean, he may last 3 months, 6 months, or a year, but eventually he's going to go back because of the environment.
Well, I think this is the misnomer about inpatient treatment. Everybody thinks, well, we're just going to send them to inpatient treatment, everything's going to be fine, and they're going to get this great care, and inpatient is somehow better than outpatient. But what we would say to you is, if people come back to the community, they have to learn to live in their community. They have to change their friends. They have to not hang out with people that are doing drugs and alcohol and think they're going to be able to somehow not do it themselves, because it won't work. And so it's almost harder to do the outpatient program than the inpatient. Sometimes we send people to inpatient and then they come back to the outpatient. But we will have less and less money for inpatient. There's no doubt about it. And we know that the length of treatment time is important, to have a long amount of time. Depending on our resources, we'll see how we can manage that given the staff that we'll have.
Okay, since Russ brought it up, I got to give a little bit of a push for rehabilitation here.
Okay.
When the Vietnam War ended, there was an anticipation that there was going to be a huge drug problem from the returning veterans from that war, because they had such a high incidence of drug use in Vietnam, and even when they go to Japan and the like on R&R, et cetera. So we put up a whole series of drug rehab, invested in a whole infrastructure for drug rehab and how we're going to take care of the soldiers when they came home. And they were using heroin and marijuana, and I don't know if methamphetamine was a big thing back then, probably wasn't. But they were using very addictive, illegal drugs. And so we pulled out in a rather precipitous manner, and those soldiers came home. And what the studies showed afterwards were that a lot of them would use it for a little bit, for the first 6 months, 3 months, etc. But after a couple of years, the drug use in that population, which had been 80 or 90% in Vietnam, was just the same as the overall percent of the population in the U.S., regardless of whether they had been in Vietnam or not. So it's something that when they came home, it just trailed off immensely to basically come very close to the statistics of use in the United States. And if you look at a lot of the consequences of drug use, the fact that it's illegal, and this was proven in Prohibition, where people were going blind on bathtub gin and you had 150 proof alcohol and contaminants, but a significant component of the negative health consequence of illicit drug use is basically not knowing of the dosage. So, and prohibition on alcohol, we all buy whiskey or whatever we want, it's 80 proof. It's knowing the dose and having no contaminants, so that you know what you're getting. That doesn't mean that you can't use alcohol, which is legal today, and commit a crime. I mean, obviously a DUI is a crime. You're putting others at risk, and you're not responsibly operating a motor vehicle. Or you can be drunk and get in a fight and knife somebody or do something, and that's a crime, and that should be punished, and you should say, you have a drinking problem, or a get high problem on whatever drug it is. But the current system, where it's so much based on incarceration, you fund the gangs, you fund the mafia, you have a border war with Mexico, you do all this stuff. There's just huge consequences to the drug war, and we're sending lots of money in places it shouldn't be. If it were legal, it costs almost nothing to produce it. You don't have to go robbing stores to support your habit, if in fact you have a habit. And if you do have a habit, but you commit no crimes, and you use it responsibly. I mean, a lot of us drink alcohol. That doesn't mean we're alcoholics. It doesn't mean we drive drunk. It doesn't mean we get in fights. You can use things in a responsible manner, and then you can use things in an irresponsible manner. But the consequences of illegality are huge, and the unintended consequences are devastating. And I think if it were legal, we could identify the problem more concisely and address the component of the problem that needs to be addressed. And by having it illegal, it's too broad. It funds a whole other array of crimes that, to me, it's all out there. I mean, my kids went to high school. Marijuana was readily available. I mean, marijuana hit the scene in the 60s. When I was in college, I never went to a party where it wasn't available. I mean, the big one then, in the 60s, and I haven't hardly heard about it since, it was LSD. Oh, that was a huge drug. Not very many people used it, but a lot did, and it was talked about a lot. And, a couple of people at Cal jumped out of windows on LSD, and the like, and that one seems to have faded out. And I would kind of think that methamphetamine should fade out also, because the consequences. I mean, it's one thing to have sort of health consequences. It's another thing to have what do I want to say? Appearance consequences, where it makes you look uglier than sin, which methamphetamine does when it rots out all your teeth. It does all these other things. And usually people care enough about their appearance to at least address that component of what they're doing with their lives. So, I think there is a huge argument to do away with the illegal consequences of drug and put it more into a health model and less into a police and incarceration model. My 2 cents worth. Thank you.
I'd like to add another cent worth on this without commenting on the debate about legalization versus not. Here's what I do know about this county and its budget. If you look at the departments represented in this room, more than half of them are spending an enormous portion of their budget on drug or alcohol or addiction-related, the consequences and behaviors relating to that. Clearly, we are not, if you're a fiscal conservative, or if you are libertarian, or if you are anything across the political spectrum, and you're looking at a budget like the one we're looking at today, clearly we can think better through this as a team, as an integrated approach that was just being described has already begun. And the idea of getting that integrated approach to this, balanced approach to this, cut in its infancy is about the most stupid economic strategy I could imagine. You can talk about the laws and the morals or all the other things that we're dealing with. But the one thing that sticks in my mind is when I went on a ride-along with Child Protective Services, we visited 4 out of the 5 districts in this county, and all but one of the families that we were dealing with on that particular day had meth addictions. So regardless of whether you think that one or another of our approaches is more effective, science and statistics actually prove that there are ways to deal with this. One of them has to do with what Tom just raised, which is people don't want to look ugly. And one of the things that's most remarkable is that many teenage young girls think that meth is a good way to lose weight. The tooth and hair and bruise and, pustules and all the rest of what comes along with it isn't the first thing on their mind. When Montana spent just a little bit of money on some huge billboards that showed just how ugly this is and did their Not Even Once campaign, it cut the actual, and within 2 years, the use in that age bracket was reduced by over 1/3. Now that's cost effectiveness. And it seems to me we're not even beginning to talk about this, even while our budget is crushed under the weight of our failed policies and our inability to work together and see that public safety is actually something that all of you, or most of you, are involved in, and that the integrated approach to that is both effective in terms of recovery and prevention, but it's also deals with our budget would not be anything like this without addiction in Calaveras County.
As I said before, if this board chooses to subsidize behavioral health, mental health, or probation on these programs, that is an option that this board can take. And we can talk about everything that the state has to do and changing the laws. I don't disagree that the programs are good, but the general fund does not fund this.
That's correct.
So if this board chooses to, that's going to be our option, which is why if we do cuts, I want to do them by program. If we're going to fund, I want to do it by program.
Okay, Jeannie, I don't know if you got the answer by nods to your earlier question about whether the board would have to approve you making the decision to have to close your office for a day. I can't speak for the other members of the board, but I have enough confidence in your decisions that whatever you want to do, I would say, okay.
I don't, Jim. I think
Okay, that's good. All right, well, I need 3. I got to count.
I mean, it needs to be looked at as a county-wide issue, and that if we would do it for you, I mean, what are the ramifications? What's the ramification to probation if you're closed, or what's the ramification to the other departments, or to the auditor's office, or to HR? So, not
We
that
pay
I
all
don't
our
support you. No, just A87 and them, and that's how they'll get all the money they need when to fund the program. So I'm not saying I'm averse to it. I just think it needs to be looked at on a global basis.
Yeah, and we're looking at it as a budget strategy.
Understand. Thank you.
Any other questions for Jeannie? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I just happened to look at, for the answer to that question in the government code, and it does provide that county offices shall keep their offices open for the transaction of business during such hours in days as are fixed by the Board of Supervisors by ordinance or resolution. Okay. So not surprisingly, it comes back to the board for determination.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Gene.
Okay, and the next order of sequence here is Public Works. Tom Garcia talking about integrated waste management.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes,
to make
sir.
one brief statement.
Of course, Bob.
Very brief, I promise.
Yes.
I'm Bob Mulvaney, Calaveras Taxpayers Association. I was reading in, I believe, The Economist the other day about how Portugal just ended the drug war. They legalized drugs, and the results have been very positive. Now, that's about all the information I have, but I would recommend to everybody in this room that they inform themselves and take a look and see what has happened in Portugal, and I think we might be able to learn some lessons from that. Thank
So
you.
they legalized every single drug that they have in Portugal?
I don't have much in the
legalized
details
heroin
except that they legalized the drugs and the violence and ceased all of a sudden.
Did they legalize it, or they just say they're just going to
No,
stop
they
doing
legalized it. They
it?
just fight out, no, not through criminalization or liberalization, they legalized it.
So now they fly a white flag under their flags?
Got it, thank
You really want to come up after that?
Garbage just isn't as exciting.
We could make it that.
Maybe I spoke too soon.
Are you cooking any of it?
Or smoking on the lips?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Tom Garcia with the Department of Public Works here to talk about integrated waste. The Integrated Waste Department is operating at a deficit of about $2.4 million. It's a structural deficit. It doesn't have to do with the general fund. That deficit is due to inefficiencies in operations of the landfill as well as the diversion. We are funded primarily by a $150 parcel fee, in addition to some state and federal grants dealing with hazardous materials, recycling, diversion. The board approved a $10 designated fee from $150 fee to go to diversion, household hazardous waste and recycling. That is currently costing the county $78 per residential unit, so that $10 just isn't covering it. We've outlined some Band-Aids in this budget proposal that will help us get us through the next year, but this is not the long-term fix we're looking for. We propose to go out later in the year with a comprehensive look at how integrated waste is managed in the county, how the landfill is used, recycling, diversion, try to make this $150 fee work, or at least outline proposals to the board which would make the county's landfill operate within a reasonable budget. I can go over each of these line items if you prefer. The changes were, no, okay. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to be coming to the board with some recommendations on this fund at some point in the future, right?
On this proposal in the very near future, because balancing this year's budget is contingent upon enacting some of these programs to compensate for the handling of these recyclable materials. But we're looking for approval of our budget concept in order to move forward with these ideas.
Well, give us a brief executive summary of your concepts that need to be, that this budget is based on, but need to be implemented subsequent to this budget.
Most of them have to deal with charging fees for the materials that we currently don't charge. White waste, we would enact, I believe, a $25 per item fee that would supplement the funding or the staff that is used to evacuate refrigerators to handle the white waste that comes into the
Define white waste.
refrigerators,
Washing machines,
dryers,
dryers,
dishwashers, things like that.
appliances.
Right.
Water heaters.
Appliance. Water heaters, not so much. We're looking for the ones that have electrical components that have to be torn apart and recycled.
Computers.
Computers are e-waste. Those currently we aren't looking at charging a fee for.
Okay. Your predecessor, Mike Miller, took a look at this, and I'm sure that's kind of what you're referring to here as far as the need for some immediacy and some decision making. but correct me if I'm in error here, but I think his determination is that the fee basically needs to double. It needs to go to $300 from $150 if we are going to maintain the same level of solid waste services that we are experiencing today. Have you looked at those numbers and his?
That has been shared with me, and
okay.
I'm not certain that that's the route that the county would want to go by doubling the parcel fee. There are some other efficiencies that might be realized in the operations of the landfill. Our cost per ton seems to be a little high, and we might look. I would hope that we could look at ways to reduce that cost per ton or improve garner additional revenues. And I understand that's a loaded subject, so I don't really want to get into that.
We're obviously going to need additional revenues, so
yes.
I don't think you're offending anybody by saying we need additional revenues. Let me just touch bases, and the other board members can do their 2 cents worth. Historically, we've always had basically a Cadillac, if not a Rolls-Royce, collection system, in the sense that we have all these transfer stations. And we do some recycling there, and we pick it up, and then we haul it to Rock Creek. I mean, obviously, one of the ways to cut costs is to close the transfer stations, and everybody takes it to Rock Creek, or you get it picked up at your house, and that gets out on occasion. I don't think there's a lot of political support for that. The reason there's been 2 reasons that the board historically has very much favored the parcel fee. Number one is it gets all the garbage into the system. If you start charging, then the question is you start dumping it in the forest, you dump it beside the road, you have a refrigerator just, in the evening when no one's looking, just dump it beside a county road or Highway 4 or something, and then we have to go around and collect all this stuff. If it's on the parcel tax or on the property tax, as I would call it, there's no incentive to do that. Everybody has basically an incentive to get it into the waste stream. If we're not, charging something that is enough to get people to start dumping it elsewhere. And we've been very effective that we have very little of that. And other counties have had considerable problems with it. The second point that the ILS make with the board in favor of the parcel fee that's on the property tax is that makes it basically tax deductible as opposed to a gate fee. So you got the state and the federal government paying, if you're at a 30% tax bracket, you got the state and federal government paying 30% of the cost of running a garbage service. Obviously, if you're at a 0% tax rate, then it doesn't give you an offset. But for many citizens, that's a significant offset. So for those 2 reasons, the board historically, that doesn't mean it has to continue, but the board historically has favored a parcel fee, and that seems to have worked quite well, and the transfer stations have seemed to have been very well accepted. Closing the transfer stations, I'm not so sure it wouldn't create as much political backlash as closing all the branch libraries if we closed all the transfer stations. But so I think we have a system that's fairly well accepted, and I think people would like to support the system as it's currently constituted, as opposed to sort of taking the system apart in an effort to save money. Because they don't want to drive to Rock Creek. In a rural county, we have everybody seems to have a pickup, and they throw the garbage in the back of the pickup and go to the transfer station.
And we recognize that the transfer stations are located such that they serve the communities. And yes. If we remove the transfer stations, it is going to end up on the side of the road. We also looked at the fees that we would be charging for these special wastes. Doing a couple of things. One, make it high enough to where you're discouraging people from coming from outside the region. Their brother comes up, visits his friend, and they take it up to the landfill. Want to discourage that activity, but we want to keep it low enough to where people will still take it to a transfer station or landfill. Wood waste is a very interesting one, and we're every time we touch a material, we spend money on it, and it's killing us. So we want to be able to touch wood waste as little as possible, look at contracting out those services. There was a time when the county was not subsidizing the services. The contractor was doing it on his own, and he was charging a gate fee. He didn't have a problem with people not coming in and paying the fee and dumping their waste. What the county's proposing to do under this scenario would be to lower the subsidy, have him keep his gate fee, and then we would match it in the areas that weren't operated by contract, where the county's doing the operations. It would be consistent.
So you're going to come with a proposal.
Yeah.
I just want to give you
But they are
a
outlined in
background, so it isn't, because I don't know what they do with, you're from Folsom, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I don't know what they do with Folsom, but.
Oh, it's a money
But
loser.
I think it's a fairly supportive program, the way it's currently structured. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't efficiencies, and there aren't, a lot of other things that we can do to make it better. I'm not saying that. But,
Well, and again, we do have a significant problem in that the closure, or the next cell isn't funded. We have to come up with our $10 million in about 10, 15 years to come up with the cost for that cell.
Yeah, so I think it needs to come back in a timely manner, and we'll be looking forward to your suggestions.
Okay.
Steve, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment for a moment on the wood waste issue, which, as you know, I've been heavily involved in. We have a new development that's fairly recent, which is there are new owners of the Buena Vista Power Plant, former lignite burning, which is converting now to woody biomass. Their goal is to come into operations in 2010, roughly August. They are actually ahead of that schedule on their permitting process, and they are going to be needing one 40-foot trailer per hour, 24/7. And the USDA studies show that the best radius for such an operation in terms of profitability is about 50 miles, which includes most of this county, including almost all of the towns in Calaveras. It goes even a little into Tuolumne and covers most of Amador. They're planning to get a third of their waste from orchards that are being taken out in the valley. 1/3 of it roughly from the green waste at county facilities in the 4 or 5 counties that are within that radius, and 1/3 from fire-safe clearing and chipping projects that are being funded and ready to get underway on BLM and U.S. Forest Service land. The interesting part of our current arrangement is that we've been trucking this all the way to Chinese camp and getting only $17, $18 per dry weight ton, as I understand it. They're talking about in the mid-20s per dry weight ton, and it's about half the distance. In my view, that would change the economics of this rather significantly, and I would invite you on July 1st to come to a meeting in which they'll be presenting this. It's the consensus thing, 9:30 in the morning at the Legion Hall in...
I believe that's already on my calendar.
I believe it is, but I just want to make sure you're there because that will be a prime topic of discussion. Already, all the trucking firms in the area have been contacted to get ready for this large-scale effort. 15,000 homes will get their electricity from this plant. It's a big plant. And going from lignite to woody biomass and doing the scrubbers and cleansing will make it a clean, way cleaner plant, and that's why the entitlements are moving so swiftly.
What's the date on that, Steve?
It's the 1st of July, 9:30 in the morning. It's a meeting that involves a lot of government agencies and local groups as well, but that will be one of the topics.
The Legion Hall?
Legion Hall in West Point. So anyway, I think that's very promising in this area, and it might give us some time to buy a few more years in doing a new cell as well.
We would love to make money on these materials.
Yes.
Of course, we pass it back to the citizenry.
By reducing the cost of operations, of course.
by preventing a doubling of the parcel fee.
Okay.
All right, any other questions of Mr. Garcia?
Chinese camps closer to Arnold than not from the
Okay, going to the next item on the sequence, we have public assistance, Calaveras Works and Human Services. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning. Good morning. In past years, I used to come in and tell you we were your quiet department, quietly go about providing public service. This year, I have to change that and say that we now are the department of the financial unknown, thanks to the state budget issues. The $15 million budget before you is reflective of the current economy need of our residents for both financial and medical coverage and services. Those issues are folks being unemployed, becoming disabled, and then we are receiving a fair number of folks who are coming to see us because, quite simply, when their employment gets declined, they're working less hours, they have insufficient funds. Over 80 to 90% of the people who are receiving financial or medical services are children. Just want to be real clear about who the population is.
80 to 90%?
80 to 90% are children. Yes. This budget is reflective of the need in our projections for $2 million additional for financial benefits. It also reflects, and this is as of yesterday morning, we have now exceeded 5,000 cases for need of medical or financial services. That's cases, not individuals or families.
And what's the percentage increase over this time last year?
This time, oh gosh, Jane?
All of them, I don't count.
Yeah, we'll quickly get that for you.
Mary, this is 5,000 in
Cases.
In 0809.
It's in our current year. Yeah, right now we have over 5,000 cases. We're not done this year.
For 0809 year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If you were to take a look at it, the medical services program, county medical services, went up 18%. Shirley did a great job, by the way, of showing the difference between last year and this year. But just in this existing year, we still went up in CalWorks another 17 to 18%. Food stamps went up over 25%. Medi-Cal went up over 5.5%, and general assistance is still climbing. And last year was, between last year and this year, was 68% increase. Our budget also reflects the costs of our mandated and contractual obligations to provide protection for children and adults, foster care, and in-home supportive services. And I want to take a minute because we don't ever talk about too much of our successes. We'd like to talk about some of the successes that we've actually had in child welfare. In the last year, we've been able to decrease the number of children in foster care by 1/2. I think that's a rather significant thing. Some of it I have to give a lot of credit to Rita and Jeannie for the perinatal program. Some of it belongs to First Five, but some of it also belongs to the people upstairs, because we actually have a very good, very stable workforce in child protection now, and they spend a lot of time with families, keeping families together, providing services for the children that are in their own homes so that we can keep them there, and it costs a lot less money. The other thing that we've done, even in the kids in foster care, about half of those children now are with family and friends. They are not in the foster care system per se, and that's significant too, because again, that's less cost. So I just want you to know that in amongst everything that's happening, there's still success going on. Our caseload continues to increase in the in-home supportive services. We're now up to about 318 cases. Some of those cases have been long-term, have needed increased hours, and
as a result of that, and then some is just new people coming on that need assistance. The budget also doesn't reflect a number of the services that we do provide that we receive little to no financial remuneration for. Some of those are public guardian and public conservator services, general assistance, veterans, the block grant, and indigent burial. They're services that are needed by the community, but they don't have a whole lot of alternative funding sources. The budget also reflects about a $500,000 decrease in administrative costs. And most of this comes primarily from our recommendation to you to allow us permission to lay off 8 staff members. Now, I need to explain to you how we chose those. We chose them based upon how we get our money. Our money comes in based upon earnings from direct service. So we preserved, and also because of what's happening economically, we preserved all of the direct service positions. Then we went and we moved and looked at the minimal amount of supervision and clerical and financial worker support that is needed. Then we moved on from there. As a result of that, 4 of the positions are in management, 3 of them are in what we call the support positions, and 1 is a contractual position. That way we're enabled us as a department to continue to have all the finances that are possible to come into this community, as well as providing the maximum financial services and medical services out in the community without having to ask for any additional funds from anybody. Okay. So what that leaves us with, if you take a look at the budget book, it has us down as 80 positions. With the decrease, we had 10 vacancies, and we're asking permission to lay off by the end of this month, June 30th, 8 positions. That'll bring us down to 62 in total, all programs.
Wait, could you repeat? You have 10 vacancies
Yes.
now.
Right.
8
Are leaving by the end of
layoff.
by the end of this month, yes, so that we don't go into the new fiscal year.
And what were the others? Was that it?
That's it, out of the 80.
I'm sorry,
That's
I don't
18.
mean...
And then 1 was contractual, yeah.
Yes.
Actually, it was 11.
Oh, I
from
thought you
term.
said, okay, got it. Thank you.
Right.
I misunderstood.
Okay.
So with the layoffs, and that's tied to how you receive your funding, does that mean those tasks will stop or be shifted to others? Or if you're not funded?
They were management positions. We're reshifting responsibilities among less people. And then
the support?
The support will again be shifted amongst the remaining staff. Same thing, both financial, your account clerks and your clerical desk.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I went to the minimal amount. In other words, having at least, 1 or 2 people at the window. But somebody at the window may also be doing finance.
So it really isn't hinged on any general fund. It's hinged on the funding you get from the state.
Yeah.
So unless the board wants to subsidize you, then those are the funds you're dealt with.
Yeah.
General. Okay, thank you.
Now, different than my partner, and I understand your issue of universality. We don't receive funds unless we provide the direct service. So if we have reduced hours, again, that will reduce the amount of income we are eligible to pull down. That also will make a further delay on the number of people coming in asking for benefits that produce finances for our community, whether in rent, medical services, you name it.
So how does that work? If the state cuts your funding, not if, they are, cuts your funding, and then you get reimbursed for services.
Right.
And your caseload's going up. So where is the cut? Because if you get reimbursed, then they're cutting in a program, so you can only accept so many cases in a given area. I'll take
Okay.
adult protective services or child protective services.
There are actually 3 programs that there's a lot of negotiation going on. One is the CalWorks program, including child care. The other one's child welfare, and the most vulnerable program is our in-home supportive services program. And let me just give you an example of what they're proposing in in-home supportive services. They're proposing eliminating domestic services and people who have lower level needs. They're talking about rearranging for the higher clients with needs, having less services. And so as a result, in our early projections of what the conference committee, and of course, again, it can change after the conference committee, but in the conference committee, out of like 300 and something, 45 cases would come off automatically. Another 174 cases would be impacted with and have less services because some services would no longer be authorized. Okay? Same thing in some of the other programs. If they're going to give us less money, then the other thing too is you have to prioritize who you're going to see. And I'll give you an example in child welfare. Some of the negotiations we've done in the last couple of years in child welfare is to say we get in over 1,000 calls. And of those calls, some of those don't meet the criteria, but people may need services. We don't have the ability nor the time anymore to be able to provide those other services, but some of the other agencies in the community have agreed to take and to talk to those individuals to see if they can provide those services. So that, again, reduces down some of the need. We will see people who are mandated in child welfare. If it's an immediate need, we have to be out in 2 hours. That's defined by law, and we know exactly what we need to do. There are other cases we can take 5 days or 3 days. There's depending upon what the allegations are as well as the known history. So there's things that we can do. We will hit the high ones. The problem is in some areas, like financial, right now we have more folks. We haven't received any additional funding, and if we receive less, it just means that our public has to take a lot longer before they get served. And the mandates, we will now no longer be able to hit some of those time frames. We will try, but we can't succeed.
Will this impact your outstations?
Right now, no. We're serving about 550 people a month in the outstations. It is still our most cost-effective, and we know that people don't have the money to drive in. So we will maintain those, providing that we're actually hosted by other agencies, like Mark Twain Clinic Hospital in the hospital. So they provide us the space. We just set up the space there. And it costs us under $5,000. It really is one of our most cost-effective mechanisms. Whether we serve them here or in Arnold, doesn't make a difference, but can I tell you, we show up in Arnold and see 18 people in a given day. Okay, that also prevents having people to wait here.
Any other questions of Mary?
Okay. I just have to say one quick thing, if you don't mind. I want to talk a little bit about the stimulus funds. You know, there's a lot of discussion about the federal stimulus funds, and they're coming, and things are going to happen, all the rest. The stimulus funds are attached to the state budget. So until they pass the state budget, we don't know for sure whether those stimulus funds are coming or not, because some of the reductions at the state also have to receive a review by the federal government to see is that going to impact the ability of the state to receive those stimulus funds. The second thing is until that is passed, we have absolutely no direction from the state on applying for those funds, knowing how to bill for those, etc. So I just want to be real clear. Some folks are saying that we have the ability to access those now. Now, the third thing I want you to know about stimulus funds is there is no admin with that. Every cent in the money that's coming to the county, if it does come, will not have any admin costs built into that. So we will still have to use the existing personnel for that application, should we be eligible for it.
So a caseworker would be reimbursed, but an account tax position wouldn't be.
Caseworker wouldn't be.
A caseworker would not
No.
be reimbursed?
All of this is
So it'd
direct
be
service money
So it'd be money received or paid for client services
only.
minus your department's. So,
No admin money. No cost for our labor.
since your
I'll just put it
department,
that way.
or CalWORDS,
Mhm.
so has been cut over the last few years anyway,
Yeah.
so why
Why would we do it?
absorb it? I mean, how
Why
are you
haven't we
going to take
absorbed
it?
other things?
I mean,
It's because it's the right thing to do. You just have to figure out what you need to do, in order to maximize. And the other thing you have to remember is we've been able to stabilize the staff here. We haven't had a vacancy year and a half, 2 years now. And so the staff that we have are well-trained, they know what they're doing, and they really have a great way of figuring out what needs to be done and how we need to do it. We will do it because it's the right thing to do. But right now, the TANF, for example, stimulus funds, should they come, will be to help get people employed. It will not be for any of the folks who do the employment services, none of our labor costs. But we'll do it because it's the right thing to do. Okay. Last thing is, I just wanted to say, we, like Jeannie, will not be getting any money from the state for their portion of our grants through until September 30th, and we're aware of that from July 1. We anticipate that if they are able and still do provide the federal funding and the county provides their part of the match, we're hoping to make it to that. We were able to do it before, but this year we have a little less cash carry going forward, and that's all I can tell you. And I'm hoping it'll really depend upon the number of people we have coming in needing services and the kinds of services, whether we're going to make it or not. We did tell our providers we're not going to be able to do any cash advances for them, for the contractual obligations. Any other questions?
so if you need a loan,
Go to a bank?
what kind of, from the general fund, what kind of monies would you be talking about?
Shirley, Jane, you guys got any estimates?
It truly will be dependent on the administrative and assistance costs and whether the states come forward with the federal share, which is what they have done in the past. And between that and the cash carry, as Mary said, it's hopeful and that they'll make it through until the state starts making those payments. So those are a lot of ifs. And again, we were looking at those ifs when we brought the idea of the TRAN to the board to give us some of that flexibility, especially in the early months of the fiscal year.
This is a kind of different sort of question. As we try to develop equitable approaches in terms of impact on staff and across departmental lines, your department is kind of different in at least one regard, which is that many of your staff are part of the merit system. It seems to me that we may be in an odd, and I'm interested in your comments on this, we may be in a situation in which people are part of a bargaining unit, let's say the general unit or the miscellaneous unit that is currently, I think, in the process of ratifying possible mitigation measures to avoid layoffs. The question is whether, I would imagine that those employees in your department that are part of that unit would be making contributions toward that. And at the same time, is it possible to apply those mitigation measures to the benefit of people in your department under the merit system? Or will they simply be contributing without any return on it for their department?
I'm just going to partly answer. It has nothing to do with the merit system and being part of SEIU. It has to do whether it's general fund or non-general fund money. And Mary's department, all non-general fund money. So that's where.
There's some.
No,
there is definitely.
I really need to correct that myself, please. I asked the question because I actually know that there are differences in terms of the ability to mitigate layoffs in one system as opposed to the other. And yet they're under the same contractual arrangement, which means that if they are part of an agreement that is to be reached, they would be subject to it. So what I'm trying to do is figure out what is equitable and what is possible legally in relation to the merit system particularly.
The merit system really has nothing to do with the issue that you're talking about. The issue that I see is it'll depend upon what let's say the bargaining unit decides to do. If it's the issue of furloughs and there's less days that we can pull down money, then it's a wash. It doesn't help, and actually puts us even farther behind in our contractual obligations to the state. So we'll lose money from that. If the issue may be, let's say, the PERS thing, that would be a different set of circumstances. So it will depend upon what happens.
So if one or another of these options gets adopted, it may benefit or may not benefit your staff.
That is correct.
Wouldn't it be important to make sure that before any ratifications take place that people understand the impact that may be different for different people? We're trying to be equitable here, and it worries me that this discussion has not been as thorough as it might be.
All I can tell you is we have to provide the direct service. It's only hours of direct service that we receive funding for from the direct service positions. If they are not working, then we aren't able to bill. It's really that easy. And so those funds will be reduced down off of the allocation. We're only reimbursed for that. I mean to give you a headache, but that is our reality.
Okay. Anyone else have questions or comments about Mary's presentation here? Anyone in the public wishing to comment? Thank you very much, Mary. We have been going from in sequence, the printed sequence. However, because Maury Polster just arrived, I'm going to jump to the library portion of this budget deliberation. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the library out of order. We prepared a budget with a 17.5% reduction, and for some reason the revised budget memo did not make it into your packet, so I'm including that right now. Unfortunately, I was given very little notice of the budget presented to you by administration, which proposes to close all of our branch libraries, so you do not have a budget memo discussing those ramifications. I do understand the challenges you face today, and I'm not here today to whine. You already know how much your constituents value the services at your branch libraries. You already know how much pride the citizens of Calaveras take in their branch libraries. They provide thousands of hours of support and thousands of dollars in financial support as well. You already know that the branch library system is a reflection of the quality of life here in Calaveras County. It is one of the reasons people choose to live in Calaveras County. You already know that people choose to use their branch libraries because of transportation difficulties that make it difficult to travel to a further location. You already know that internet access is important to those who are unable to afford a computer or afford internet access at home. Today, that access is critical for job seekers those making resumes, and those filling out unemployment forms. The branch libraries provide a total of 26 computers that are used all day long for internet access. We will be unable to serve all of those users with just 8 computers at Central Library. You already know that branch libraries are experiencing higher usage in these challenging economic times. Our branch libraries are run by dedicated staff who are paid by the county for 18 hours a week. These workers have been taken advantage of for years because the county wants to avoid benefited employees. I know that these workers cannot accomplish their job in the 18-hour time frame, and many often volunteer many additional hours beyond the 18. Now we are ready to repay them for their valuable service by taking away their jobs. If the libraries close, I do not believe the savings will be as high as that predicted by administration. The county-owned facilities will face costs related to vandalism, need to be alarmed. There will be cost of storage units to remove books and shelving from rented facilities and valuable items from county-owned buildings. There will need to be heat in some buildings to protect pipes from bursting. There will need to be regular monitoring for pests, mold, and leaks. And there will be the cost to remove book drops at each location. The Friends of the Library are standing by to assist in these challenging budget times. However, their focus will be on the book budget. It has been reduced to $5,000, which will buy approximately 200 books for the entire year. The book budget several years ago was $47,000. In neighboring Tuolumne County, the director said a healthy materials budget for libraries our size would be over $100,000. But in these challenging times, Tuolumne will spend $60,000 this year on books. So I'm open for any questions, comments.
I have a question on the branch library issue.
Mm-hmm.
If the branch libraries, I think the savings projected by closing the branch libraries was like $152,000. If the board restored that funding, and the branch libraries then, as I understand it, would receive full funding, or full funding less 17.5% versus zero funding.
The $153,000 would restore the branch libraries with the budget for the library being at 17.5%.
The budget presented with 17.5% reduction. We did some really hard thinking, and we have to lay off a library assistant at Central, and we're trying to avoid a layoff because that cripples the Central Library and the branch libraries.
Well,
And
that's my next question.
We have branch assistants who have all volunteered to reduce their hours, and the person who was going to be laid off was going to reduce hours, and we were able to make our 17.5% reduction.
My next question then is, if that were reinstated by the board so that the branch libraries remain funded, how impacted would they be with staff reductions at the Central Library, at the main library?
Well, if we went to just the 17.5, the branches are impacted because we're reducing their hours, and Central Library System is being reduced. So it just slows things down. It means that even if the Friends gave us $50,000 to buy books, there's not the support to catalog and process them and get them out on the shelves quickly. The branches who are already, as I say, at 18 hours, they're already working extra hours just to accomplish their workloads. I imagine if they reduced to 14 hours, they'd still be trying to put in extra hours to accomplish their workloads, unfortunately.
Shirley, when administration recommended the branches be closed and there was a saving of $153,000, that 153,000 was incorporated in the overall library reduction to reach the 17.5% figure?
No, it's separate. It was separate of the 17.5% reduction.
It is separate. So if the board were to replace the 153,000 for the branches, that means there isn't any reduction in branch compensation for branch librarians, because the 17.5% is based strictly on the main library?
No. The library budget includes the main library and all the branches. Maury submitted a 17.5% reduction that did not include the closure of the branch library. When we were looking, especially when Prop 1A was on the table, and we were down to dollars and cents and trying to fund other issues, along with the closure of the library, the Visitors Bureau, we recommended closing the branch library for an additional savings of $153,000, which brought her beyond the 17.5%.
Brings it up to 45%.
That's correct.
Almost 45.5%.
And the significant portion of the reductions associated with the branch library closures relate to the personnel costs, which, again, if the collective bargaining units come to agreement on restoring and taking action to restore those tentative layoffs, the positions that are slated for removal in the branch libraries could be restored by virtue of the collective bargaining unit's action, as well as the one position in the library. So if SEIU votes to accept one of the alternatives offered by the county, those positions would be reinstated.
I guess I'm having trouble understanding why we're asking the library to reduce 45% and everybody else 17%. I'm missing that.
It was part of
I'm missing the same thing.
The branch libraries were not a mandated function, and it was necessary for us to support mandated functions in other departments. As you know, not every department ended up going down by 17.5%. This is the recommendation of county administration. The board obviously has the ability to take any action it desires.
Okay.
My last question here, directed to Shirley and Bob, is if the board reinstates the 153,000 and the labor union basically agrees with one of the proposals that says the positions won't be eliminated because they're going to agree to some other because they'll do another proposal. And where does that leave the library system overall and the branch libraries? At that point, would you be recommending to take out of the 153 that component that went towards personnel?
If it was the board's desire to maintain the branch libraries, take a step toward maintaining the branch libraries, I think administration would recommend that the board's action at this time be limited to restoring the non-personnel costs associated with the branches, leaving the staffing open until such time as the collective bargaining units have completed their vote. These positions are, again, part of the positions that the units are considering as they take their vote. If you wanted to send a signal that you wanted to maintain the libraries, I would at this time limit it to funding the non-personnel side.
Okay, then, two questions. Number one is, obviously, if we don't reach agreement with the units, then we would have to, if we want to maintain the branch libraries in their current situation, then we're going to have to put some more money in it, number one. Number two is, what happens between now at the adoption of this preliminary budget and the time the labor union boats, are they going to have to reduce services during that
No,
period, or would we be giving instructions to Maury to maintain the level of service in the libraries until the vote, and after the vote, we'll address what needs to be done?
That's correct. Until the vote is taken, matters would continue as they are. It would be subsequent to that we would come back to the board and advise what budget actions need to take place.
Okay. Thank you. That completes my questions.
Steve, go ahead.
All right, well,
And I would just, one more thing. If you did put the money back in for the non-personal services, you would still retain funds in the contingency and take whatever action you chose to take later on. It's just a matter of, I would advise the board to take only the steps that are necessary in the short term and preserve your ability to vote later on.
Okay. Thank you.
I am interested in sending a signal, but it's not just a signal about what we would and would not keep in this budget. It's a broader one. I think it's, as I've said repeatedly through this hearing, it's awfully critical at a moment of contraction where services are being slashed, where you've heard the stories from all these vital services that are looking at situations that really do amount to life and death. But one of the things that's become more and more apparent during these 3 days of hearings is just how integrated and what a team has been assembled here for such a level of service to the public. And when we're cutting to this extent, we just simply do not have the money we had last year by millions of dollars. And who knows what more blows are yet to fall. But it's so important to me, if this county is a ship, and we just took a big hit to I don't know, hit an iceberg, for instance, and we have sunk. It seems to me that it's very important as we all pile into our lifeboats that we not be arguing over who's going to be thrown overboard so the rest of us can make it to shore. Rather, it's important to pick up our oars, start rowing, and get to somewhere safe. I believe that this particular draconian cut is so disproportionate in so many different ways and hurts communities so deeply that it really is not in the spirit of pulling together. There's a 17.5% budget that we're talking about, and this is a 40-some% cut. I can't even think of countenancing that for any department in this county unless we decide it is not useful, that the service is not important to the citizens or is not worthwhile. In this particular case, libraries came into their heyday as one of the great contributions to democracy. The idea wasn't you didn't have to be rich to actually get information. Now, at a time of economic decline, if we are to continue to be a functional democracy, it's more important than ever to be able to gain information and gain access to that. There should not be an economic divide between the haves and have-nots in a functional democracy. I believe that libraries are evolving. That is, it's not just about books, and we've had a lot of talk about that and a lot of feedback. But in my view, this is not a miscellaneous or extraneous service. This is central to many of the aspects that make the rest of it work. More and more, we're seeing this as a team effort. If we're going to have literacy or not, if we're going to have a place for people to learn or not, if we're going to have a safe place for our kids to go in certain of our communities and feel inspired to learn. These are not just casual contributions. And the fact that so many of our citizens have rallied around our libraries at this moment only reaffirms their central and important purpose. So I can look at anything up to 17.5, and I think we'll have a lot of discussion about what the real number is by the end of this. But I could not imagine shutting down the branches.
I feel the same way as Supervisor Berlinski. Can we see the number of hands of people here in support of the library branches?
Well, that settles it. Okay, we're done.
Thank you all for showing up.
Yeah, I've never seen a library mob. I thought it was an oxymoron, but apparently not.
Well, that settles it. We're going to cut them all because the mob has never been right.
Did you, Claudia, did you get a picture with all their hands up?
Well, I kind of did.
Would you like to? Can you all raise your hands again?
Hang on. Give me a picture. Ready? That's what you're asking me to do.
You can stay seated if you like. Supervisor Callaway has a question of Maureen.
Maury, on the library fund, because based on the memorandum, and considering the state library is also slated to be cut, can that not change the conditions under the MOE? So
Last year, they was a 10% reduction that they allowed counties to have, and they still gave PLF funding, but I think we're way beyond.
Well, I mean, whether it's we do 17% or 10%, I mean, the state library is being cut. So, to me, have you asked the state whether they will change the conditions of the MOE? I mean, because that's $10,000 somewhere, $10,000.
Last year was $17,000, yeah.
So if we, we have it's 07, 08, 17,000, 08, 09, we had 10,000. It doesn't matter, 17, 10,000, 5,000, we'll take it. I just think that we should say that if they are going to be cut, we understand that, we will take our fair share, but that the MOE should be modified to reflect that. So
I will check.
Okay, because that's at least some revenue into the library. What, Shirley, you don't think that's possible?
No, I just put, there is no PLF money in the budget because of the cuts and because we didn't know what was going to happen at the state level. We didn't even know that I proposed last year, and we kind of waited until final to see if that funding was going to come through to see whether or not we would meet the maintenance of effort.
And that's fine. I mean, I think we should ask.
Yeah.
I mean, because I think we all, I mean, they take a cut, we'll do proportionate, but we would still like that funding help, whatever it looks like. We'll take $500, I don't care. But I don't think we should be held to an MOU that really isn't valid any longer.
I neglected in my previous remarks to mention something more personal, which is that I know, being a neighbor, that it's tough to come into this situation at this moment, and I know that it's an act of heroism just to be with us, and I want to wish you all the best and in your struggles, and thank you very much for coming in today.
I thank you for accommodating me.
Well, she calls me. I said, you're not supposed to talk to me. You're in the hospital. I thought it was her husband. I said, no. She says, I'm bored. So, I mean,
my body crashed, but I'm still quite with it.
Yeah, Steve's right. We're all very supportive.
Any other questions of the library?
None needed.
Did all the books get successfully moved in Copperopolis?
Copperopolis it's amazing. They did it all in one day. They are in a new location.
That's because Maryland.
Muscled up, huh?
Well, I'd like to remind the board that in Copperopolis particularly, although we don't own the facility, we did move into a smaller space with a savings of about $600 a month, as I recall, and went from $2,200 down to $1,600. But
And West Point put the squeeze on the landlord, and
That's right.
and we've got, what, an 18% or 19% cut in the rent.
Maureen, I'd like to ask you a question here. And what you just gave us is the first time I've read this, but you say, as of May 22nd, 2009.
Oh, right, the Angels Camp. In the meantime, I believe that
Wait,
they...
the rest of the board knows what I'm talking about. The rent supplement provided by the City of Angels Camp is in jeopardy. As a result, $4,800 in revenue is not included in the 17.5% budget cut. Is the city not going to contribute to the
No, the
branch
city,
library?
we did sit in on a budget workshop with the City of Angels, and they actually were all supportive of putting the $4,800 back in.
Yes.
But until we see that it's in,
Okay,
we
you
didn't
haven't
want to
budgeted. Okay,
count
but they're
on it.
committed to it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that.
But they're getting a good deal for
yeah.
$400 a
Getting a
month. They're
wonderful
getting
deal.
$28,000 worth of library.
In fact, at some point, we need to talk to them and see if we can't get any more
There
equitable.
was actually talk at the budget workshop about increasing the amount.
I have some questions on adult tutoring. Are you going to address it?
Susan's going to address them, but I was sitting here with her.
Excuse me.
Are you going to take advantage of the adult tutoring?
That's why you want to quit.
How do you sign up? I don't want you guys to cut my class.
Anyway, I'm Susan Sheehan. I'm the Adult Literacy Program Coordinator. And I have really two brief things to say. And one is that the anticipated savings of $56,000 to the general fund does not take into account our anticipated revenue of $19,000. However, this is the first I've heard that the library funding may be in danger. That's not what they've been telling me from the state. And my other thing is that I would like to request that you consider funding us just for 20 hours a week. We do a lot of good stuff.
Versus, what is it now?
32 hours.
What was it last year?
I believe it was 32. I've been in the position a little over a year, and it's always been 32 for me.
When Diane was in your position, the adult tutoring position was, as I recall it anyway, and I stand to be corrected, operated more as sort of a volunteer coordinator, that there were a lot of volunteers that came in and tutored people, particularly in language and English and the like. How is the system working today, and how many volunteers do you have that are organized that come in and help with the adult tutoring program?
We have approximately 40 active tutors right now, and some of them tutor at the main library, but many of them tutor at the branches, so this would be kind of devastating to them. However, when I told them about the proposed cuts, about 5 of them asked if they could still tutor. So, regardless, they're...
I remember we had a discussion, and we had some comparisons when Diane presented a presentation to the board, and like in a school setting where they try to teach a second language, basically English, and it had a cost, and it was, particularly for adult situations, it was very expensive. I was amazed how expensive it was, but it was like $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 a person, and we were doing the same thing for a few $100s a person. In comparison to a full institution where you hire a full person and there's almost like a classroom setting. How many people are, we have, say, 40 volunteers, and you're coordinating them, and you've given us something here where you show some results. But how many people over a year's period do you, in fact, tutor, and for how long a period of time?
It varies. We average about 40 active learners throughout the year.
At all times?
At all times.
And how often do they turn over?
But it rotates. I mean, we provide services to people at the substance abuse program at the jail. We take referrals here from employment services. And not everybody's committed. Many of them are mandated to come to us. And so, we have less.
They're mandated to go to adult tutor?
To get their GED, many of them, that's part of their program. It's part of the perinatal program. And we've just started tutoring them. We have 3 tutors, myself included, tutoring about 6 women at the perinatal program. And they're not able to reimburse us now, but we really strongly believe in that, so we want to continue that. We have a lot of ESL. We can't really call it an ESL program, but we supplement a lot of the other programs that Adult Ed provides and the county. Conversation is a huge issue for people that are learning to speak English. So we're starting what we call conversation circles, and just to talk.
I think when we first started this program, this is not a mandated program. This is a program we just chose to do.
Yes.
And when we first started it, it was my understanding that really what we were focusing on was teaching people that didn't speak English to speak English. Is that accurate? Because it sounds like it's a much broader program, and we're tutoring on a much broader range of topics today.
It is much broader. It was never designed as an ESL program. We can't even call it an ESL program.
It's an ESL.
English second language.
Oh.
That's not why it was formed.
We infringe upon the Board of Education. So we supplement what they do. But we have, most of the people we're working with right now are trying to get their GED.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other board comments?
Just good work. Keep it up.
Thank you. Let us, please. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, with so many people here in support of the library, do any of you wish to make your comments known?
Do any of you wish to make a contribution at this time?
They already do.
Well, I hesitate to make any comments because it looks like you're all supporting the library. And then I originally was thinking about volunteers, and I can remember when we were trying to earn money to just have a new library, a new central library. And then all of a sudden we expanded with all these wonderful branches. But I was used to being in front of you so much that I remember Tom Taylor said, I think the Friends of the Library run the library. But that's not true. In fact, the volunteers are very essential, but they couldn't possibly run the branches if anybody ever thought of that. It just, it wouldn't work. But the branches are very special. In McKelmy Hill, they, all the meetings that go in town, the McKelmy Hill Community Trust and the Historical Society. The children come in from Mountain Oaks to meet their teacher there. And and also the library, the tutoring goes on there. So it is such an important part of the community. If it was closed, it would be like the community is dead. Even though we did a whole lot of years without having a library. Unfortunately, we had, when I was raising my children, we had a library, but it was nothing like we have now. Now we have this wonderful, wonderful library. And so I just say, let's just try to keep it open. It's very, very important.
Thank you, Sally.
I'm Pat Johnson from Arnold, and thank you for letting me speak yesterday. I'm excited to see so many people here. we've come 3 days in a row, and we go back home. 4 or 5 people are waiting for our phone calls or emails. What's happening? What's happening? And I said yesterday that our library, we gave it to you 10 years ago. And it's a charm of a building, beautiful building. And as it was spoken yesterday, we started with not a lean-to, but one of those small departments on the street. It wasn't bigger. It was slightly bigger than 2-car garage. The books were on the floor. There was no little shelving. And this wonderful woman came from our community, and she was a very wealthy woman, and she donated the money to us. We built the library. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. We painted it last year, the 10th year. We celebrate it. It's our heart. And I go in there almost every day to see what's happening. There's something for everybody at the library. The little guys, the little kids back there playing with the toys, the parents searching for books for their children, people on the computer applying for jobs and work are learning, students over here catching up on homework. You walk around, and the early thing is one of my visions of moving up to Arnold was you walk in there early morning, and there's a fireplace. There's about 4 gentlemen reading New York Times. And you walk around quietly admiring how this is a centerpiece of Arnold. And if you know how small Arnold is, we're way up there, and there's not too many options except where we are. I mean, you can go higher to the snow, but we don't have access to other communities easily. So you think, where do you meet in Arnold? The post office? A church off and on? And that's kind of like it. And our library is the core for so many things, learning and meeting your friends and making connections to one another and making our community a wonderful place to be. And isn't that what it's about? So thank you very much for what you're doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to make a comment?
May I make a comment?
Of course.
It seems like Arnold is well represented. I come before you as a coordinator of the volunteers in Arnold, and thank you for not shutting the door on your decision. We dearly love the community and the patrons that have come through the doors, and grandmothers who come and said, my grandchildren are coming over this weekend, so I'm coming to pick up the DVDs and the books. And this is the kind of sentiment we live in the community. And as my predecessor, Pat, has said, that there is no recreation hall or meeting place. So our library becomes a central meeting place for the community also visiting. And so I stand before you. It's a very difficult decision. Everybody who has come before you feel that their project is very important. And I do feel that thank you for not closing the door on your decision. Thank you again.
Just for clarification, the board hasn't acted officially on that. We have expressed sentiment.
I'd like to make one fast comment of a financial nature. And McCollum Hill, I'm inclined to McCollum Hill, and our library functions as sort of a mini visitor center, which I suspect some of the other libraries do. And we send people to the local stores, restaurants, etc., which of course makes sales tax and things available. So anyway, I think that's another function.
Some of the people in the room may not know you. Can you?
I'm Ed Klein from McCollum Hill.
And Ed, while you're at it, we might as well mention that virtually all the town planning meetings for the community plan happened at the library as well. So it has a very multidimensional aspect.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Deers, and I have a professional clear teaching credential. And I am here to tell you that the libraries are the most important thing for all of us, for the children. Where are the children going to go? Where are they going to learn the love of reading and learning and growing? Not everybody has a computer. Even though computers do serve their purpose, there is also a wonderful purpose in going to a library and pulling out a book that you've always wanted to read and being able to open that and read it or read it to your children. And there's just so many services, and also, the people that line up to use the computers because they don't have a computer at home. And it is very essential to a democratic society. And it's just so important for the United States, for this community, for everybody involved, that we keep the libraries open and thriving. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, good morning. I'm Jackie Bleachrick, and I'm at the Valley Springs Library. And I just want to say, with the children's programs, and there's many homeschooled children that come into the library, and they use the resources to research their curriculum. And the children's programs, the story time, we had a very successful story time last week. We had 60 children there. And a lot of times, that's the only time a child gets read to, is coming to the story time. Parents are busy, grandparents bring their kids, but our grandchildren. But I just wanted to say that it's just really important. Thanks. Thanks for considering it.
Rita, you had a comment? Is everyone finished?
Learning goes on and on. It's a life learning. I have office hours at the Arnold Library, so if we cut that, this board will have to come up with some revenue to provide me with an office.
Don't worry, Marita, I'll find a place for you.
I can offer you temporary asylum in District 2 if you like.
I think you should hold them inside a gated community.
I'm not clear where we are, though. I mean, people leaving here thinking, well, yeah, they're going to keep the libraries open, but what does that mean? I don't think we've made a final decision, but the intent is, as I understand it, everything's going to be as is until we see what happens with either negotiation or the final budget, or the board says it's all, you only have to do 10% or 5% or 17% and then work with you. So what are the people in this room, including the librarian, walking away with? What kind of understanding? So I just put that out there because I've heard enough. I heard Tom say, let's just keep it as it is for right now until we finish this process.
Yeah, and they're going to walk out just having heard the board's comments, but nothing's official until the board adopts the preliminary budget, which will either be late today or sometime tomorrow. I don't know what the schedule is at this point. I'm sure we'll have a lot of issues to address before we adopt a preliminary budget, including on some goal for what we want cash carry to be, particularly with not knowing whether Prop 1A will be suspended or not, even though it's not part of the discussion at the present time. All of a sudden something will be done, it'll be the big five, and it's done. And who knows what will be in that package. But I think they can leave with the sense that the board is very supportive of branch library system and is not wanting to do harm to it, but nothing's final until the vote is taken. And the same for every other department head that's spoken before us.
Same applies to everything. Mr. Garcia, there's a lesson here for you. You need to build this kind of enthusiasm for solid waste.
We're counting on you, Tom.
Yeah, anybody want to join Friends of Solid Waste?
Brand new organization.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is it simply not done to charge some sort of fee for taking out materials or using the facilities or something? I mean, is there any other kind of revenue that could be raised, even little bits at a time, that would add up?
Actually, we're not taking anything off the table for this budget round, and you're welcome to stay for our deliberations, which should be quite interesting. But we either cut or we raise revenues. There's no other options in the public sector.
But the important thing about libraries is that you don't have to have money to use them, and I think that would be a crime to charge people to take out books. Because that is the beauty of libraries, is that you can be poor, you can be rich, you can be a child, and you can come and check something out and take it home whether you're rich or poor. If there was a fee to that, there's got to be other ways to raise funds, because that takes away what the whole purpose of libraries is, lending.
It's the overdue fines where the money's to be made. Trust me, I know.
If you could ever collect it, right?
Okay, we've had a request here amongst ourselves between Maria and me to take a break.
Are we going to take a lunch break, or what are we doing?
Well, that was my next question. I don't know whether we want to take a short break and power on through, or take a lunch break now and come
Take
back.
a lunch break. It's going to be a while. We're not going to
Well,
lunch break.
I don't know
think
that
we'll
it
get
is,
through all
Tom.
of
I
it.
don't think so.
All right.
We got a lot of stuff to talk about. We got a lot of stuff to cover.
Tom wants to take a lunch break. I would like to take a lunch break. Mr. Walensky?
I'll do whatever anybody else wants. I can power through or take a lunch. Doesn't matter. We're going to be here a long time today.
Yeah, so let's take a lunch break.
Okay, I think I vote, what do you want to do here?
I'll take a lunch break.
Okay, we have 3 people who are inclined to take a lunch break, so could we say be back here at 1:30 or?
1 o'clock's fine.
1 o'clock's fine? Okay, we'll be back here in this room at 1 o'clock.
I think those that don't want a lunch break should buy our
Community Development Block Grants. Robert Lawton has a report on this.
That are Shirley, or?
No, that was also
There's a hand up out there.
Public authority? Yes.
Public authority next.
Public authority is next.
Okay.
Okay, well, that was...
We just understood.
All right, well, I see that Colleen, you're scheduled here, and we just asked Mary if we had covered the IHSS, but come on.
No, IHSS is not public authority.
Okay.
Right there, it's a separate line.
I apologize.
No problem. Good afternoon. Or is it? I'm not sure. We gave the administrative office our 17.5% budget cut. And the way that translates to the public authority is I have 2 staff members. I lose 1 entirely. So I lose 50% of staff. As Mary said earlier, we are directly related and tied to IHSS. The proposed cuts at the state level are absolutely devastating. We don't know at this point exactly what's going to happen. I don't think anybody knows yet. We do know that we're expecting radical cuts. That will affect the public authority and the number of people that we serve. We're not certain at this point what that number will be. So that's where we are.
The total caseload is 318.
318.
And we heard earlier this morning that maybe 70 some of those would be cut under current expectations, be cut altogether.
45 altogether.
45, and that another
174 will be impacted.
So more than half the people will be having reduced services. These are seniors and people with disabilities that where the services currently being provided are exactly those that keep them out of state institutions.
Exactly.
Well, that's
It's a
exactly the
process.
kind of thinking that I've been trying to challenge through the day and actually through this process. But that is probably the single most stupid economic act. Forget about the questions of the health and safety of the personnel affected. But is there any hope that this could be averted, or is this close to a done deal up there?
I don't think it will be averted at all. We may not get the level of cuts that were that were actually proposed a couple of weeks ago, which would have taken 90% of the people out of IHSS. So
this is the compromise.
This could be the compromise. We'll see. It is a system of care that works. Financially, it does make sense. If you have to institutionalize people, it is at the cost of an additional 6 times what it costs for one individual in IHSS. The other side of it is that there aren't enough beds in the state of California to institutionalize the people who might have to go there if they lose their in-home care. So it is a conundrum of events. So that's where we are. Any questions?
No, we're too depressed to ask.
Me too. Okay.
Board members, since Colleen is here, is this an appropriate time to bring up the issue that was discussed, the letter that was handed to us yesterday concerning the some city in Sacramento?
The what?
It's the FMAP stuff and whether we can remain eligible under the current arrangement or whether we need to.
Well, Mary touched on that this morning. Since there's no state budget and we have no idea what to expect, there's no release of federal funds at this point. And I don't change my position from the position I had with you on May 26th when we did the resolution. And that is there's no information in writing to contradict believing that we're going to not have federal funds. So in order to move ahead with the county and to not have you in a position where you are liable for additional funds beyond what you've already agreed to pay, I don't see anything that changes the position.
Let me put it a little differently. I don't know, and nobody's been able to answer me whether we are forfeiting opportunities to receive federal monies by acting at this moment. We know that if we were to extend this, it costs us, about $1,300 a month?
More than that.
More than that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it? I saw the savings as $15,000 for the year. At least that's what it is on our budget documents. So what is what's the cost per month? Because I'm wondering if we extend it. First, we should find out whether we're losing an opportunity to receive federal funds. If we don't know, then at least buying a month might give us time to find out before we actually fall into that mode.
As to losing federal funds, if we don't act immediately, I would say the answer to that is no. There's no idea at this point what's available, if and when it might become available. I am going to a state meeting tomorrow, and I will be asking everybody else what's going on. There are particular, Sacramento County, they have a different contract than we do. Their out clause was not as clear as our out clause. That is, if state or federal participation was reduced, that the county could then reduce wages accordingly. Theirs was not as clear. That's something that has not been presented to you. They are going to wait and see. They have a contract that is up, I think, in November of this year. They're cautiously proceeding, believing that maybe they will get FMAP money. I think that puts them out there for quite a liability financially. But I will certainly, everything I've heard from my association, I'm certain you as well from CSAC, Mary from CWDA, we're not expecting anything at this point. You can't go forward based on what you hope for.
And I'd be real curious what San Mateo's doing. They've always had a real sharp eye out for this kind of stuff. So
I don't know. San Mateo's not part of CAPA anymore. They haven't been for years.
All right.
Any other questions?
It just, the thing that kind of jumped off the page to me was the paradoxical situation that if we implement the reductions in pay that we voted on several weeks ago, that it might be a trap door that you can't crawl back through. So I don't know.
No, I don't know that that would be necessarily the case. I mean, you can certainly, but we have an MOU that goes through, I think it's September of next year. I suppose that we could meet and confer again if there was some reason to think that we had additional money. And I know that the board believes in this program and understands that the $9.50 an hour is not a living wage. It's where we are right now. I would say that it's not shutting the door, but I would say that we're not losing any opportunity at this point by not expecting or hoping for the FMAP money.
Okay. Any other questions for Colleen? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, now we go to the community development.
The CDBG grant was transferred from the administrative office to CalWorks over the course of this year. Our office and CalWorks work together jointly on it. It's a fund that has no general fund contribution to it and is based on applied for and expected funds received from the state.
Okay, any questions on that?
No general fund money, keep going.
Okay. Now we have Mr. Garcia is back for Public Ways and Facilities.
Good afternoon, Tom Garcia with Public Works. These will be fairly quick with one notable exception. Starting with Equipment Service Center, unless I can go through these line by line, unless there's a desire to skip over any of them. But they're fairly quick.
I guess my question is where are the impacts to the general fund?
Impacts to the general fund are minimal, if any. The only impacts right now are to roads and bridges, and that's not a general fund, but that we need to talk about that just a bit for the budget. We can skip right down to that if you wish.
Well, I mean, that's what we have control over, and the other is UDOT. Well, I mean, I guess for me, I can't. One is what's the impact of any general funds to Public Works, and two, what do we anticipate that you know of that's on the table now with the state that's going to impact VLF or
be happy to address that.
HTA or
For the general fund, there are some opportunities for under the Equipment Service Center. They have the ability to absorb more of the county fleet to ramp up if that is the desire of other departments. Under roads and bridges, that's where there's going to be the greatest impact to the county, both from inside and outside sources. A couple of points on that. We need to identify the segregation of funds in roads and bridges. There's the operations and maintenance, and there's the CIPs, the capital improvement projects. There are two separate sources of funding. CIPs are more like the state giving you a gift card to Home Depot where you can go out and do a home improvement, but you can't buy groceries with it, which is our CIP program. You can't do the day-to-day stuff. There's two separate sources of funding, and we treat them that way. The problem is that while the CIPs are operating on grant funding, and we have ongoing construction projects, the operations and maintenance is operating in a hole. We're looking at a deficit right now. When I get to that page, of about $1.1 million. and we're working to address that. The budget that we prepared shows how we propose to do that through various reductions in staff and reallocations. The problem is, in the short term, decisions were made to reallocate some of the vehicle license fees. You knew I was going to be addressing this. Back in the 06-07 budget year, the Public Works was receiving 46.2%. In 07-08, we were receiving about 30%. We made up those losses with one-time revenues from Prop 1B. Prop 1B was 1.7 million for 07-08. It dropped down to 600,000 this year. That's our $1.1 million deficit right there. Next year, it's going to go away completely. So we're going to be an additional 600,000 in the hole. We can move on to the state issues right now. Our budget right now is based on the loss of that 1.1 million. We'll prepare next year's budget based on the loss of the 600,000. We're going to be losing the ability to maintain our roads. That's where we are. Yes.
Excuse me. Before you leave that, you're talking about Prop 1B going away. Prop 42 is anticipated to be suspended at least until May of 09. When I'm lost, where am I? 10.
I can address that.
Okay.
I was moving on to that. There's two things the state's doing to the county road fund. One is the possible borrowing of the Prop 42 funds. The way Prop 42 was set up, they have to borrow the funds and repay it. They can't take it. We can make internal adjustments to loan ourselves money until we get paid back.
How much is that in dollars?
The Prop 42 funds.
How much will they borrow from us?
About 1.2 million.
Is that all of it?
That's all of it.
Okay.
Our entire allotment.
And repay with interest within 3 years?
Within 3 years. They can borrow it twice within a 10-year period.
Right.
So
this would be the second time?
No. First time they took it as part of setting up Prop 42. We'll never see that money. So that didn't count according to them. That's a borrowing, and the state hasn't looked favorably upon that because that doesn't fix their problem. What they want is a take, and that's what they're looking at with the highway users tax account.
That's the 6% local share of the gas tax.
Correct. And what they're proposing to do this fiscal year, and unfortunately both the legislature and the governor have these in their proposals, and the only people that are fighting them are the League of Cities and CSAC. Right.
And the League.
And the League of Cities. The issue, what they're planning to do this fiscal year is take 5 of that 6 cents as a take, not a borrow. That equates to about 1.7 million of our budget for operations.
I don't know if you were here when I talked to the board about the RCRC meeting, and there was a division in RCRC. A division's too strong. A discussion. RCRC is opposed to them taking the local gas tax and is opposed to them borrowing from Prop 1A. But you point out a very distinct difference that I didn't point out earlier, and that is another reason that a lot of rural counties would like to have them take Prop 1A if it comes down to a choice between that and the local gas tax, is Prop 1A is a borrowing with an interest rate. If they take the local gas tax, it's a taking and it will never be repaid. And for us, the local gas tax is 1.7 million?
1.7 million.
And if they take Prop 1A, it's 1.5 million.
Prop 42. Oh, obviously Prop 1A.
Prop 1A is 1.5 million. So if it comes to a trade between the two, there are certain counties that say no, let them have the gas tax, and there are other counties that are saying no, let them have Prop 1A. It's borrowed and we get it paid back. If we lose the gas tax, it's gone forever. One county, I want to say it was Sierra, said, Prop 1A is $500,000 we would lose. If we lose the gas tax, it's $1.2 million. So it's a big difference. For us, it's a $200,000 difference. But the question I want to ask you is, several rural counties spoke up and said if the local gas tax is taken, that they don't feel they would be able to provide any snow plowing services on county roads. And so I guess my question to you is, how would we be impacted if that $1.7 million in gas tax? We know the Prop 42 is going to be borrowed. We know Prop 1B or whatever it is going to zero, but not zero this year. It'll be less than it was last year. So we have these huge reductions in our road funds. How are we positioned for, assuming that they took the local gas tax, which is still in debate, but if we lost the local gas tax, what would our position be for snow plowing this winter, assuming we have, a significant winter or at least a cold winter with snow?
If I could take just a second to answer. Okay.
You frame it any way you like.
Okay. The budget that we prepared is based on the status quo as we have it now, with our take of the lower VLF and substituting a portion of substituting that with the Prop 1B funds. The taking of any of the state funds, the Prop 42 or the Prop 42 or the highway users tax, isn't part of this because we don't know what they're going to do yet. Worst case scenario is
suppose both go against us.
If both go against us, we will probably not have a road department because that's operations and maintenance. Again, we have our Home Depot card where we can do the engineering, but this is the source of funding. The VLF, the Prop 42, and the highway users tax are what we use for operations and maintenance. If those go away, we don't have the ability to fund it.
So we would lose the whole road department.
We would be able to do patchwork, potholes, things like that. Snow plowing, no. What we do we pay for snow plowing with the highway users tax. That's the source of funding. If they take that away,
that's the 6 cents that's the local tax.
Correct.
That's the local gas tax share. When you say higher user, highway user fund, that's the 6% local gas tax.
Right. They're taking 5 cents of it. That 1 cent that would come to us wouldn't be.
And that would be filling potholes.
Next year, they're going to be doing 4.1% take again. That's what's in the two packages. So we've got 2 years to get through. This year is going to be bad. Next year, with the loss of the Prop 1B on top of it, we're losing $600,000. The VLF stays the same, and they take the 4.1 cent highway users, the sales tax, gas tax. Next year, we're going to be back with more cuts.
Welcome on board, Tom.
The quarter-cent sales tax distribution shows zero. The state quarter percent, sales tax distribution is budgeted for zero.
That's local transportation, LTF.
That's LTF?
That, Marita, is the transit system. We could put snow plows on the transit buses when they go to work.
That sounds good to me.
I can dive into transit. You can forget about roads.
And Tamarack.
Don't start on transit, Tom.
I think we've already done transit.
We were trying to get through the budget today.
And when they go to Tamarack in that other county.
Yeah, that other county.
Okay, so I guess so the Prop 116 for bike and that's gone, done, no more.
Going to have to defer.
So I know.
Kim Gasway, Business Administrator, Public Works. Prop 116 is a capital projects funding for bike.
Right.
Okay. So that, again,
I understand that, but there's zero in there, so that means...
No, we are seeking additional, well, not Prop 116, but we're seeking additional capital grants through the state and federal government for capital projects. But as Tom was saying, that's completely separate from our operations budget. Our operations budget is about $6.8 million.
The one Prop 116 is used for enhancement. I mean, we're just did one in Valley Springs, I think that was 116.
That's a capital project where you're adding an asset
Right.
to the county.
But it shows zero.
Operations.
Okay.
That is an
That grant
operation.
funding is
Right.
not.
Yes.
It's an old,
Okay.
You got tangible
what I'm
objects here,
asking.
you got spending money.
Okay. So that's
Exactly.
gone. We cannot, there's no 116 for us to submit projects.
right, but there is bicycle transportation monies, TEA monies. There's other project monies out there. We're going to have an engineering project department, but not an operations department. So.
And if I could just highlight one thing, the issue when we come up with the CIPs, someone's going to have to maintain them once we build them. And we're running out of maintenance money. So it's just one more item that we have to look at. If we have a status quo, we have a backlog of about 80 to 85 million of repairs that need to be done. Our budget is at flat. That remains constant. We keep adding resources. Our unmet needs keep going up.
Which gets back to the RIM.
And that is something that we're looking at acquiring additional sources of funding to match that. But again, for the RIM,
I guess we'd have to.
for the RIM, those are also capital projects.
So will Caltrans have any money in this year that we could leverage with the RIM?
There are undoubtedly state highway projects that we could pursue Caltrans to construct where we would provide matching funds. And that's something we can negotiate with the local district.
I mean, I just didn't know what was happening with their budget.
Oh, they are backfilling their budget with stimulus funds. The first thing that they did was fund the state. Then it trickled down to the counties and local agencies.
But the cities and counties have 80% of the roads in the state of California.
Which gets back to the gas tax and why they're throwing the burden on the locals.
So, Tom, just to kind of cut to the chase here,
Okay.
the impact to Calaveras County this 09-010 budget year for roads on the maintenance side, because that's where all of us get phone calls.
For roads, right now, the way it stands, without the state taking any action and taking any funding, we are $1.1 million in the hole because our Prop 42, which we were using for one-time funding for our maintenance, which was supplanting the VLF, which was taken the year before, is dropping from 1.7 million to 600,000. Next year, that 600,000 is going to go away.
So we do not anticipate having much of an overlay program this year, is what I'm hearing you say.
Well, you can deduce. I would very much like an overlay program, but right now I'm trying to find a way to fund it.
Okay, so, but all we have...
About new road construction.
So,
Put them on the buses.
all we have are just pothole money.
we're actually going to use federal stimulus and the leftover Prop 1B money for road overlays.
This year.
But we're not going to be able to do routine everyday maintenance. So it'll be really strange. We'll be paving a road, but we won't be able to fix the holes over here.
So since we get calls, and I'm sure, and I know your department does too.
But, and again, that's an important distinction that was brought up. This Prop 1B funding was for paving, actual paving of roads, not, we kind of call maintenance anything you do to a road, but when you repave a road, that's the Prop 1B funding. When you're filling potholes, that's not Prop 1B. The state doesn't see that as a project. So, again, it goes back to, we can even differentiate among maintenance dollars, but potholes are going to be a problem.
Tom?
Yes, sir.
How much VLF money is in your budget right now?
Currently, we have...
About 1.7, isn't it?
No, 1.1.
1.1. I guess it was 1.7 or 8 before
Correct.
the transfer.
It was 1.7 when we were getting our 46. Now we're down to 30. It's 1.1.
And it's 1.1. You know, VLF is actually a general fund.
Well, there are different interpretations.
Okay.
Okay, but the board has the right to do that. I think there are quite a few counties that put no VLF into the road budget. I'm not an advocate of that. But I don't think you can anticipate, at least in the near term, that the $600,000 that was taken to balance, I guess, last year or the year before's budget is going to be coming back anytime soon. And so I think you need to budget, with that assumption. And you have 1.1 still there. Hopefully that will remain. I suspect it will in this year's budget. But, who knows? I mean, if it's a debacle and it's not, we have a 15 or 20 billion state deficit again next year, assuming nothing is rolled over from this year and the whole 24 billion is resolved with no forward consequences, who knows what we could be. I mean, I don't think there's any, I would have almost zero level of comfort that you aren't going to see that if they take the state or the county share of the gas tax. I mean, they could just as easily take 6 as 5. I mean, what the hell? You're taking 5. Why not just take 6 and be done with it? And I don't think there's any guarantee it's going to go down next year. I mean, who knows what any of this is, particularly if we have continuing newly accumulated deficits from the state going forward. And I don't know what the county's going to look like either. I mean, are our projections for our revenue streams, our sales tax, our transfer tax on property, or our transient occupancy tax, are these going to hold up or are they not going to hold up? I mean, there's no guarantees that our assumptions are on revenues are going to hold up. I mean, we think we're fairly conservative, and we hope they hold up, but there's no guarantee. Everybody's projecting the second half of 2009 recovery that is starting to look more and more suspect, so we'll see.
Okay. I have one more question that's near and dear to my livelihood here.
Snow plowing?
We went back to snow removal.
Yes.
Or the library.
The library.
If the state, you guys are going to pay for this. Okay. If the state takes, and I'm representing Steve because he has a little bit too.
Although nowhere near the complainants.
If they, we're going into redistricting.
You're trading me your complainants for my it's okay to be snowed in folks.
If the state takes the highway users tax, and that's where snow removal is done, where are you going to get the snow removal money, Mr. Garcia?
Well, that is one of the programs we're going to have to look to see if it's funded, because quite frankly, snow removal is a huge issue because of these cuts. We also have to defer our equipment purchases, and I'm sure you're well aware of what we're using for snow removal. 1972 pickup trucks with a blade on the front. And
the G.I. Joe truck.
Yeah. We were anticipating being able to replace some of that equipment with a real bona fide snowplow. But based on this budget and what we're anticipating from the state, that's not going to happen. This taking of the highway, the gas tax, that just throws more fuel on the fire. I don't know how we can do snow removal operations unless we stop paving roads or filling potholes during the summer. We're going to have to save up to do that in the winter.
How about 20 volunteers doing rented snow blowers?
No, how about
That's the District 2 solution.
Adopt a pothole program.
Well, what we'll have to do is get Mary Sawicki to get Frogtown ready. Whenever it snows, we'll move Arnold down into Frogtown as an emergency shelter.
Okay.
It's getting real creative here toward the end.
There is one bright light at the end of the tunnel, possibly, and that's that generally the legal opinion of taking this gas tax from the local agencies for debt service on the state's bonds is thought by other agencies to be illegal, and they cite the state constitution and the propositions that were passed that established the funding. So this may play out in court, but we will not know the answer until after the budget and the court case is settled. Right.
Well, that's what happens when we budget by ballot box. Okay, thank you.
Can I answer any questions?
I do have one question. There was a project that was approved and funded or was ready for funding about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, Harbor Road and Sault Ste. Marie. There's a bridge there was going to be a bridge. What we have is sunken culverts that block up every year, flood the road, and then make it impossible for people to get, a whole neighborhood to get out without going many, many miles, about 45 minutes out of their way just to get back onto a road to go in the right direction. There was a proposal to do a bridge, but the funding came through. I'm pretty sure it's not in here. The question is whether there are funds to be able to at least move the culverts up or enlarge them so that that neighborhood has ingress and egress year round. And I'm just wondering whether that type of funds, whether we can move from a grand project to at least one that's functional within this budget.
Again, the CIP, the capital improvement portion of the budget, we're seeking construction funds all the time. So this is one of the projects.
So that's still not out of the...
No, not at all.
It's in the budget.
It is in the budget. Okay.
I couldn't find it, I guess.
At the final budget, we'll be bringing you an updated capital project packet that we did have to go back to the state for more funding because of the 3 low water crossings.
Yeah.
When the bids went out, they came in too high, so we had to go back to the state for grant funds. So, but it is, that particular project is in the budget. It's contingent on the funds. So
that's not only the best news I've had all day, but the only good news. Thank you.
We do have a capital program.
And that is one of the things I wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of. Is we have capital and we have maintenance. And that's one thing that's been missing from the budget presentations is we have, these are 2 distinct items in the roadway budget.
Clarifies that. Thank you.
I have a question, Tom, on your budget for the road department. It says federal miscellaneous funds, $2,825,000. Is that stimulus money?
Is that in the...
It's line item 4529. $45.29.
Well, that's the stimulus funds.
Is that stimulus money? That's,
yeah.
So that's for capital project. Yeah.
Right. Again, the federal government doesn't like you spending money on maintenance. They want to see stuff built. They want people to work. And the other issue with the federal funding is they want it to be contracted out. We can't do it in-house and keep our people employed.
You know the reason for that, of course, because when you contract it out, you have to go with unions, and the unions want prevailing wage, or we don't pay prevailing wage.
You don't have to go. That's not true. That's not true.
I'm not saying that.
And that's absolutely not true, Tom.
Well, I thought that was.
You don't have to go with the union. You have to pay prevailing wages. That doesn't necessarily mean that your crew has to be in a union.
I thought the preference was for unions.
No.
Call it
just the wage rate.
That's California.
But even if it were true, this would be an inopportune time to be taking shots that people were asking a lot from.
Who's taking shots at people who are asking a lot from?
We're asking our unions to give up.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
No, thank you for keeping it in-house, not for going on contracts.
Who's running this meeting?
I'm saying, that's the outside.
They're arguing. I thought it was time to go.
I'm stepping away slowly.
Getting back to something you said a moment ago, that I wrote this down, that for the road maintenance program, you will be 1.1 million in the hole. So that assumes that you do have some projects or a schedule that you're planning on doing some stuff. You just won't have I mean, if you do the work, you won't have the revenue to have it be zeroed out.
We are 1.1 million less this year than we were last year. We cannot maintain the level of maintenance this year that we had last year. We are cutting back. This budget shows the cutting back of services to match that $1.1 million.
All right, that differential.
Is it like right now we hit some of the roads every 30 years, and now it's going to be more like 35?
40.
And therein lies the rub that the lifespan of a road is usually
10 years.
15 to 20, yeah.
So you can snowplow one road.
We're pulling the board on which road should be snowplowed this winter.
Well, our record.
Okay, I can't recall having an opportunity to talk to you about this specific thing, but if you look over in to the CSA budgets. We've got probably the largest CSA in the county, CSA 1 in Rancho. They're sitting on deposit $1.4 million, and they want to spend it.
What we're doing.
Well, but
okay. Well, we can hit, if you'd like, I can hit that now. We are planning on doing some work for the CSA this summer in the new fiscal year to spread out these Prop 42 funds into the next year, and next spring, so that our road crews can stay employed for the whole year. I understand the CSA would like that work done fairly soon, and we were just having discussions today on how to get that work done in this season, under the new fiscal year, and spread out this Prop 42 that we have remaining so that our people can stay employed, so they'll still be out in the field. So yeah, that work will get done.
Okay, well, there's two important thoughts here. Is they are very desirous to have the work done, and I'm very desirous to have the work be done by our forces so that we don't lose continuity in the teams. So we had a meeting 6 months ago or so, and they committed to spending $700,000 to cover it. I mean, you could start day after tomorrow.
And they've been out and they've marked the sections that need repair, and we have a project underway.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Garcia?
So are we doing all the community service areas now?
No.
Well, as long as it's
Well,
when we started.
Where's my gavel? Mr. Rusk, would you have a comment on this?
Yes.
Don't go too far away.
I can sit here and do it if you like.
Whatever. Just,
okay.
It might be.
It's always a little awkward, Mr. Chair, because on the one hand, I can see you when I'm wearing my glasses, but I can't see this.
Oh, okay.
So at the moment, you're kind of a blur. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Darrell Rusk, 101 Melcher Lane, Burson. I have actually 5 minor comments. One has to do with those 1972 trucks. Will they fall under the auspices of the clunker turn-in program?
Wow.
Absolutely.
They may be worth more that way than they are now. Plus, they wouldn't be used for snow plowing anyway. Secondly, I see the RIM fees, but I'm not sure that includes the RIM surcharge for the western end of the county, and if so, does it? My understanding is that there's about a $1,300 surcharge on top of the county RIM. Is that still in place?
Are you talking about benefit basin?
You're talking about the Valley Springs benefit basin? That's a different
That's different
allocation
than
than
RIM.
RIM.
My understanding was that at the time that whether it's benefit basin or not, I'm not sure the term, I'm not sure of the budget capital. But my understanding was that was in effect a surcharge or an additional charge per house on top of the RIM fee.
That's correct.
And that its primary function was to function in coordination with the RIM fee. So my question goes back. When it refers to the county RIM fees, it doesn't include those numbers.
That's correct, it does not. Because that's the benefit basin fee.
Okay, and they will show up somewhere else.
In the benefit basin. There's a benefit basin
whole
page
section on that.
someplace.
Yeah.
Okay. Chairman Thomas commented on something, I believe it was commented on a CSA with regard to the Valley Springs area right?
Yeah.
Well, would an approach toward special assessment districts such as CSAs, could they be applied for special needs in different areas within the county? I understand that that would be voted on by the people affected, but might that be a way to approach special needs that are geographically pertinent? My language at the moment is not doing well, but I'm trying. So the question would be, might it be worth something to pursue on the part of local residents that could pull some of the pressure off the general fund?
growth fund.
And, go ahead.
Well,
You actually are in charge.
But that is exactly what has happened in the CSA one. They've recognized that there's roads there that haven't been worked on for years. They've got this pool of money. It may not go very far, I don't know. But they want to spend it, and then they recognize that it will have the net, another additional benefit of it. If it's done, if the funds are used now, it will extend the remaining money in the road department. So it's one hand washing the other very much. I don't know. I'm really not aware of large pool or pots of money sitting around like this $1.4 million in other districts.
So I'm just wondering if there could be. I don't mean that they exist. Could they be brought into existence?
There are. The history has unfortunately shown us in the last several years that these assessment districts have been tried. I mean, they have to do an election, and you have
LAFCO involved in it.
Well, no, LAFCO hasn't been involved in like one out on a short little road, scenic valley road. They just wanted to get together to form an assessment district to tax themselves to get the county to do some work, and it failed. Didn't fail by a huge margin, but it's just difficult to get people to agree to vote with the kind of plurality that will allow that to work. It's a good idea, and a lot of people.
I'm just thinking if it puts the burden on us, it does two things. One, if we do approve it by vote, then there's a financial potential there. If it's rejected, it gives you a message that it's not all that important to get to the residents. And therefore, it gives you a message or a better understanding of the assessment of the needs by the residents.
Well, it's, as I understand, it has to be from a bottom-up type of thing.
Absolutely. My fourth comment is TGY. You've heard of TGIF. This is TGY, and I'm saying thank God it's you guys, not me. For one thing, I could not keep up with the amount, the sheer volume of information each of you has to take in, digest, and come back with something rational. I'm really impressed, and I thank you very much. And I think each of us in this audience, and who has been in this audience, feels the same way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darrell. And finally, could we put sponsorships on the bus to pay for the plow? Never mind.
Rational theology.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I guess the question was, since we were talking about the CSAs and things of that nature, can we just go ahead and launch into that, the benefit basins and all that?
Thank you.
Be happy to answer any questions on the benefit basins. They're pretty much laid out in the budget.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, Marita said something about, since we were talking about CSAs, just keep on going. What was meant by that?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. There's money in it. When they choose to spend it, it's not general fund.
Mm-hmm.
No impact to the general fund.
None.
So let's move on.
We can do the work, or they can contract out for the work. At this point, we prefer to do it, but whatever is chosen by the...
Same way with the Valley Springs Lighting District. San Andreas Lighting District.
On that specific thought about the county can do it or they can hire it done, we're not losing sight of the fact that it's costly for the department to work up the bids and stuff. So, if the CSA says we want to make sure that it's a bargain for you to do this work, we will charge them for the hours that it takes to work up the costs.
We have an hourly rate.
All right. Any other questions of Mr. Garcia?
We were just,
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. All right, the next thing in sequence is education, recreation, and cultural. This is a museum, parks and recreation.
Hi, I'm Shannon Van Zandt. I'm the county archivist. I've been the county archivist now for 5 years. The archive was first set up in 1977 through a grant and has been funded through county general funds since then, with a few intermittent areas where we've lost an archivist and a few things like that, but it has been continually funded. It does house thousands of public records, mostly county records such as deeds and mining claims. There are legal records as well, assessment records. We have a newspaper collection dating back to 1857. And it's used by a multitude of groups. Other government agencies use the records very often. They're used for requirements such as CEQA and NEPA, and that it's more than just genealogists coming in to look up their family information, that this is really something that public entities use and have access to. It's currently housed in a building built in 1857. It's a very quaint old building on Main Street that was remodeled in the 1930s and donated to the county to be used as the Chamber of Commerce library, and it was our first museum. We got our nice new library building. The archives moved down to this facility, and it is currently housed there. But this does bring about a few problems, especially if the archives were to close. Since it is in an old building, the roof has been known to leak occasionally, and without somebody there watching these records, they could suffer severe water damage. I have had to go in many weekends and pull the records and let them dry and check on them. So not having somebody readily available to check on these records will be a problem. Also, if there's no heating and air conditioning in the building, that can provide mold, pests can get in there, and so it's kind of important to maintain this collection. I recognize that there are some difficult budget situations this year. I wouldn't say that I wasn't expecting cuts, but I think what the county administrative officer recommended is something like a 92% budget cut, with complete closure of the archives and maintaining the $6,000 yearly stipend to the Historical Society to maintain the museum. I have offered to work less hours, 15 hours a week, which cuts my current work week in half. I currently work 30. I've also offered to forego health insurance, resulting in approximately a 40% cut in that budget. The archives and museum do share a budget. We are separate entities. The museum is run by the Historical Society. And most of the archives budget is my salary. 84% of the non-personnel cost is actually the maintenance of the museum. And, I hope that you still continue to maintain the museum. I think things like you have to maintain the elevator and those types of budget items that were cut with the CAO's recommendation actually go to maintenance of the museum building and not the archives building. So we might want to relook at those non-personnel funds. So the only available place to reduce the archives budget is actually through my personal salary and the number of hours that I work, which I'm very currently willing to reduce those hours. I absolutely love working in the archives. I've spent a lot of hours setting them up and maintaining them and keeping the collections safe and making it easy for the public to use. I do have an array of volunteers that comes in and helps fill the other hours when we need extra stuff done. I don't have janitorial. We do all the cleaning ourselves, and so our computers are donated. Most of our office supplies are donated, and it's a very small budget in that respect, and so I would hope that you would look at that and value this for the public records that it does contain and that do need to stay available to the public in some capacity. Questions? Comments?
Yes, first of all, I think I heard you say that your name is Shim?
Shannon.
Shannon, okay.
Shannon Van Zandt, yep.
All right, sorry about that.
That's okay.
And how many years have you worked as the archivist?
5 years. It was when I first started a contracted position, and it became a county position 2 years ago, I think.
Okay, anyone have any questions for Shannon?
I'd be interested, before we get into it, are there people who came here to speak to this issue, and might we hear from them as well?
Yes.
And then move to our question.
Shannon, before you step down,
Okay.
You mentioned that you also manage an array of volunteers, which also, fill in because you're only working 30 hours, et cetera. How many volunteers and what sort of support group is there for the...
I currently have 5 trained volunteers that are able to work with the records and assist researchers when they come in to research and find the records and help them interpret.
Do you train? Are you the one that trains?
I
those
do train the
volunteers?
volunteers.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess I might have a question for Bob Lawton.
Okay.
Bob, currently that building is shared with the grand jury room?
Correct.
So the utilities bill for both are paid out of this budget?
No, they're paid out of the utilities budget.
They're paid out of the utilities budget?
Out of what budget?
Utilities budget.
Our general utilities budget.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to represent the volunteers. My name is Maureen Elliott. I actually am a real estate broker, but in my spare time, since real estate is so slow, I'm very dedicated to the archives. The other volunteers are as well. I'm sure you must have realized that it's an emotional attachment we have come to have with these historical records and with the people that need to use them. Shannon's quite correct. It's not just genealogy. It is a lot of your business people. And so having those archives open as many hours as possible is important to the businesses of the community. We, as volunteers, try to get as much donated. I don't think Shannon's ever come to you, especially since I've seen the budget, it's $200 for office expenses for a year. We get it donated. For the genealogy and for other types of things that we need paid for websites, those are donated. Somebody else pays for them so that we have access to them. We do the janitorial work. Shannon was out there last week pulling weeds off of Main Street. She cleaned the windows. We do everything that we have to do to keep those archives running without coming to you. We buy out of our own pocket all the cleaning supplies. I myself donated quite a bit of the stuff that goes into there because I feel it's important to have it. Since she's been there, we have cleaned up, sorted, made more accessible for us to find things when somebody needs them. Even though you have a good group of volunteers and there are other organizations that might come in, without an educated and trained person leading us, you won't have the kind of archives you have now. I'm hoping that you'll at least consider the very small amount it would take to take Shannon up on her offer of half-time. And she's doing it, just as I say, as we volunteers do, out of dedication. And by the way, I wouldn't want any of you guys' job either.
Well, Shannon, you have reached new heights if you were able to train Maureen.
I'm Julia Costello. I'm an archaeologist in the county, and of course I've been active in all things historical, so I want to stand up for the archives. And I don't know how many of you have actually been in the archives. Do you know? Good nods. So those are those beautiful big leather-bound books that are on the stacked up there, and handwritten deeds and assessments. And this is the legacy of the government of Calaveras County. And Judith Marvin's going to follow me, and we wrote a letter, but I'm going to read one sentence out of it, that in a county that prides itself on its historic assets, the supervisors must take care of the very documents that record this past. And so we're talking about a room of your heritage, and there's a small constituency, but we're adamant, and we want to make sure that we keep this safe. Calaveras County has one of the finest collections of historical documents in the state of California, and we know this because Judith Marvin at least has been in most all of them. Most counties have lost them by negligence. They move buildings and they get thrown out. Who wants the dirty old books? They get sold. And we have one of the best collections ever, but it's because we're maintaining it and not, there's a little luck involved. I don't know if you all remember during the Ng case when we had many of our sheriffs down in San Francisco, somebody went into an antique store and saw one of our court records, Calaveras County, printed on the back of this great volume. And they called up here and they got Judith Marvin and she called the sheriff's department and he calls a deputy down there and the deputy walked in and said, "That's our book." And he took it off the shelf and he brought it back up here to the county. And I'm not sure it was legal. Everybody was kind of stunned, but they're valuable and they can get sold and stolen. Back in the archives again. We want to make sure that you know that an archivist, and I thought when the librarian was talking and they had that great constituency here, that certainly there are a lot of volunteers, but you have to have a trained librarian, and you cannot run an archives adequately without your trained archivist. And she's trained in conservation and records management and how to do these things and how to keep them safe and how public access is to be maintained. So we do have, and Judith Morgan's going to come up behind me briefly and talk about our fallback plan, but we want to emphasize that the county needs an archivist and we need Shannon Van Zandt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, by now you've gathered we're pretty passionate about public records. Well, the Heritage Council is a nonprofit corporation formed in 1976 to operate the museum and archives under a contract with the county. Members were Dr. Ben Smith, George Poor, Eve Zumwalt, Bill Fuller, myself, and others. And the Heritage Council has maintained a continued interest in the archives, donating computers, archival materials, programs, and time to the archives over these years. The present members are President Tad Follendorf, Julia Costello, Sal Manek, Claudia Schaefer, and myself. This is just a last resort, but as that, the Heritage Council offers to operate the archives with Shannon Van Zandt and trained volunteers under the guidelines of the California Public Records Act, Government Code 6250, etc., which mandates how this shall be operated. And it also mandates the right of the public to access, which we really want to continue. And so please refer to our letter of June 21st regarding all of these sorts of things. And we want this to only be a temporary solution. We don't want it forever, just to hold it over so the archives can remain open until the county budget conditions improve. So if you decide to go this route, please contact us because we would be pleased to discuss with you a memorandum of agreement to operate these. Thank you.
Mr. Rust?
The caption reads education, recreation, and cultural. And after all this time, I'm still Darrell Rust. I still live at 101 Melcher Lane in Burson. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Throughout the budget hearings, even the prior 2 days, as well as whenever it takes to finish, there are fundamental considerations, and they fall almost entirely under the last word in that caption, the cultural. What is it, or what are the things that make up a community? A community isn't a boundary. It's not necessarily a geographic boundary. Oak Hill, the community really extends beyond the Montgomery River in Amador County. But community involves maintenance of those things that support civility in our society. They're the parks, the police, the schools, the fire departments. I'm not going to say anything new to you. Not a word will be new. But I'll feel better saying it. I always like to listen to me anyway. The churches,
libraries, museums, archives. When we forget our past, we're ignoring our future. Medical facilities, a post office, restaurants, clubs and associations, safety nets for the people in our society who need the safety nets most. The abused family members, the abused children, abused animals. Underlying all of this is a sense of community volunteers. And what I've heard, and listening, I wasn't able to be at the hearings yesterday or the day before, but I did listen to them. And today, of course, I'm present. And one of the things I've heard is a deep, deep commitment to this community on the part of the people who live here, your neighbors. I think you have a right to be very proud of the people in your community and my community, because they are stepping up to the plate in ways that are phenomenal, ways that you would not see in an awful lot of other places in this state or in this country. But I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be with people as the volunteers here, as the archivists, as each group. They've shown such a deep, wonderful commitment. I'm very proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff.
For the Taxpayers Association, say amen to all the previous testimony. And preserving archives, I think, historically, if not legally, is an obligation of government. And when we pay our tax bills, you know, there's certain things we want. I think that the nuance of the taxpayers have been pretty well demonstrated in this discussion. Thank you.
Supervisor Walensky.
I'm going to repeat, but just briefly, some of my comments made in relation to the library situation. When a county is in this level of hurt, there are going to be cuts, but it's equally important for our survival or ability to continue on forward, even despite that we have some equity in the moment. And when I look at a budget within a department that has been as thrifty as you can get, that while we're looking at a 10 or a 17.5% cut winds up with a 90-some% cut, that is not my definition of equity or fairness. And when you look at how much we get out of this for what little pittance we put into it, and you add to it the good faith of the people around it saying that if we get into truly dire straits, that they'll be there to hold us up anyway, it just seems to me we can come up with a better solution than this, and I look forward to our deliberations that will be forthcoming to achieve that. But everything has to be in some kind of a context of fairness and equity, and this is an outlier in that regard.
Yes. My question is to Mr. Lawton.
Sure.
I'm going over the budget here. And under the notes, it says county archives maintains historical records and is open to the public for research purposes. However, it's not mandated. County service, due to the current economic conditions, financial constraints, closure of archives for the FY 209-210 is recommended. This will result in general fund savings of approximately $59,000. I'm looking at the Schedule 9 sheet. Their proposed budget is $59,000. Yours is $6,000. So would that not be a savings of $52,000 instead of $59,000? So if we want to, we're looking at $52,000 instead of $59,000. That's correct.
Supervisor Callaway?
In 07-08, there was 19,000 for professional specialized services. What was that for? And it's taken down to 6,000. What does that do?
6,000 of that was the Historical Society, but I changed to a full-time employee mid-year.
That's right. Thank you.
Supervisor Walensky.
Okay. I was interested in your offer to cut yourself in half and to forego your benefits. I wanted to add that I didn't think that was equitable. We're asking everybody to contribute something in relation to a formula that's now, or 3 options that are under consideration by the bargaining units. But I would feel, while that's a very generous offer, unless that's really where you want to go, I'd be not inclined to take you up on it.
I wouldn't either. You have a copy of this budget?
Yes.
And the proposed $59,000?
Yes. I'm not going to be as generous as they are because it's all out there. And I'm listening to my colleagues talk and how much we want to pay for it. So it could be that I will vote to take you up on it, depending on where we go. We can't keep everything. So you have 2 votes. I don't have mine at the moment.
Well, we really should listen to the department heads and save our votes for the discussion period. We'll get in big trouble if every department head we start making commitments.
We're not voting, but I'm reiterating something I've reiterated the whole time, which is that we're talking about 10% or 17.5%. We're also discussing within that context different impacts on services, and there may be some margin of difference related to that. But when something gets this far out, where somebody's talking about 50% plus their benefits, or 100% or 92%, that's just not within the framework of my thinking for anything out there. Unless it's a useless, dew claw on a dog kind of department, and I don't see it out there.
Steve, but you kept saying when Jeannie was talking and Mary, this is terrible, we can't do it. And I'm saying, well, if we can't do it and we want to fund them and do general fund subsidies to these state-funded departments, we can't pay for everything. And so I didn't want Shannon going away thinking that she has votes, because I think we need to start looking at all the money.
Okay, I have a question. Since Shannon previously worked under contract arrangement, she became an employee. Does she have the benefit of being represented by a bargaining unit?
She's in a non-represented bargaining unit, which is kind of an oxymoron. She's in a non-represented unit.
Non-represented
unit. She's in a non-bargaining unit.
Can I see you after?
That's all right. The board was going to represent you. That's right. Better than a bargaining unit.
But I see here as part of the budget breakout there, there's a salary and a PERS contribution being currently made on her behalf.
Right. She is a permanent employee, permanent part-time employee, but she is not in the miscellaneous sheriff management or DSA or the new unit. She is considered supervisory confidential unit, which is not represented by a union.
Well, electeds are not represented either, but we're all agreeing that we should be party to whatever, or subject to the same conditions that are agreed by others.
And that's usually the case, that the supervisory management elected and appointed follow whatever is negotiated. So, yeah.
So that might equally accrue to, or be applied to this position.
Exactly.
Okay, any other questions about this item? Thank you very much. I appreciate your offer.
And might take you up on it.
We're down to light.
Well, I'm listening to you all. We can't fund everything. So
Save that for the closing comments. We're getting closer. You can tell the board's positioning itself.
A little bit.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end.
Okay, we have just finished that, and library has been taken care of. We have Mr. Churches, I think, is next up.
What about Parks and Rec?
I am sorry, I can't even read. We have presentation on Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec simply has line items in it holding open in case Prop 40 funds become available.
Thanks for coming. Okay, did that get answered to your satisfaction, Supervisor?
Prop 40, yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Churches, you're up.
I have a handout for you.
Is it a check?
No, but actually I have good news.
You can fund the whole deficit.
I'll wait till you get your handout.
At least it's a good season for crops in Calaveras.
It has been wonderful.
We're all the same.
If you'll focus on those three bars in the center of the graphic, you'll see that much of our work is done by volunteers, and the good news is we're not looking at any furloughs or layoffs of the volunteers. But the real good news is that we started this year with approximately just over 300 volunteers that are registered and supervised. Approximately 275 of those are fingerprinted. In the last 3 months, we've registered an additional 120 volunteers into the Garden to Family program. And I would suspect that there's at least that many more that are doing, maybe twice, we don't know, that are doing the program that haven't taken the time to register. To me, that's really good news, and I'm very proud of that fact. The diagram also gives you some indication of what the university funding towards this county is. That number will be shrinking somewhat on July 1st, as you might guess. Academic employees such as myself are looking at either 21 furlough days or an 8% salary reduction or some combo in between. The Food Stamp Nutrition Education Program that serves about 1,900 students is funded by the USDA and at this point is stable. And so you can see the input from the volunteers and all of our programs sort of rests on that bottom circle, which is your county support. At the very bottom, you see a 0.60 office support. That was by 1 FTE last year. This current year it was reduced by 40%, and the impact of the reductions this year will be to eliminate that position. So the programs that person provides clerical and office support for are the 4-H Youth Development Program, Master Gardeners, Agriculture Research and Education, Natural Resource Education Program, Nutrition Education, Calaveras Grown, Agriculture Coalition, and the Public Service segment. And that is the largest impact will be to the Public Service segment. Those are walk-in, general public, nursery workers, pesticide applicators, and consultants who use our services on a daily basis. I'm not sure that I can tell you what exactly the impact will be. It would just be very difficult to man the front desk with nobody there, essentially.
So what exactly are the cuts you're making?
We are laying off the 0.60 office support person.
Okay. Well, there's 180,000 in general fund, which I assume that's what county support means. 17.5% of that is what, 30,000 plus?
Actually, it will be less. That was we put this together at the 10% level.
Oh, okay.
It would end up at 180.
Okay, so this is a 10% reduction.
I think 13.
The 163, 428 is 17.5.
Oh, okay. Go back to that page.
Well, it's 12.9.
12.9 is the current. Is in the current book.
If I could explain what the 12.9 is that Ken submitted a budget that reflected the 17.5% reduction, and everything that he submitted in that 17.5% budget is in here. What increased
the difference between the two positions?
What increased this is the very final week, last days that we were putting this together, Public Works notified us that they were moving out of the building that is rented downtown. Previously, they had contributed 1/3 of the rent. they said as of July 1st, they're out of there, they're not contributing it. That left the full amount of the rent in this budget unit, causing the increase to services and supply and a reduction from 17.5% down to 12.91.
If that, see, I wasn't aware of that.
I found out.
And so I can tell you right now that that's not accurate numbers, because they were paying about $1,500 a month, plus 1/3 of the utilities. So if you're thinking we're going to be able to cover that entire building, a space that we don't need and don't want, with $5,000, it's not going to happen.
We picked up. I got the information from Kim Gasaway as to what their share of the rent they were paying.
Plus 1/3 of the utilities.
She did not tell me about the 1/3 of the utilities, but we can. That will be.
I don't think that's an accurate number.
That can be covered in the utility budget. There is enough sufficient funds to do that.
So you're saying the rent that you think they're paying
is
and the
much
rent
higher.
Public Works thinks they're paying are two separate amounts?
I just checked this morning, and my office worker said $1,500 a month. Their share.
We will confirm with.
But this is quite frustrating to be told this right here. That's ridiculous.
And my apologies.
Because I'll tell you why. What's killed us ever since we were forced off of campus is that rent. Every time we get a reduction, we have to take and that's the hugest part of our budget. We have to take that percentage off of our budget, and we can't go to the landlord and say, please reduce the rent. And that happens every time. And now you're adding an additional square footage that we don't need. And so next year when you want to reduce this, we're going to have to take a cut on that too. There should have been communication about this prior to standing right here.
And I apologize for that, Ken, but I got the word really late, very late, as we were putting these Schedule 9s together. And since it didn't impact what you were requesting at the 17.5%, and we had to put the rent in somewhere, I added it back into that line item, recognizing by the time the final budget arrived, we may have a better solution or a different solution. But the coverage of the cost of the rent needed to be included in the budget, and it needed to be in the general fund budget. Since you're occupying that space, it made sense to put it in there. Had I known earlier, I would have, but we were very close to, it was a last minute adjustment on that Schedule 9 when I found out from Public Works. And my understanding is that they had been communicating with you about the fact that they were moving out of that space.
No, I communicated that with Bob a couple months ago.
So Shirley, the general fund support was that increased to cover the cost of the rent. So the cost of the additional rent was not taken out of any of the other existing services, employees, or anything else.
No, it wasn't.
Ken's budget, we covered that out of general fund.
That's correct.
Okay, well, we have some space then available if we need to move somebody into some space.
So the 12.91% includes that rent increase.
Yes, it does.
So otherwise it was a 17.5. The 163 figure is 17.5.
And we added back.
You guys can resolve that between now and.
And that was added back in with general fund money without impacting.
Without impacting his budget.
Before it's in the space.
Ken, does that extra space over there have a telephone?
Yes.
Good.
Oh, it has hookups for a phone.
Oh, good, I'll be over there. I need an office.
We can move the Copperopolis branch library.
That's in San Andreas, and I can't allow you to be in my district and operate an office. However, I need an office.
So do your library.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's part of this.
Anybody have any additional comments or questions of Mr. Churches?
You've done a great job of outlining the number of volunteers and 1,900 students served. But as I understand it, there's a lot more than students being served by these programs. That we have many adults. The Master Gardener program, 4-H is actually a community-wide thing. Do you have any ideas of the service impacts to all of this from this position elimination?
It's going to be really hard to tell until we get into it. It's just we I heard you mention earlier about office closure needs to be approved. I don't see how we can maintain 5 days a week or even the current 3 days a week without, really impacting the programs. Most of my work is done in the field, as well as the gardeners and the 4-H. It's out of the office most of the time. And to take those higher paid people to sit there and answer walk-in traffic is not a good use of their time. So we may be coming back to you asking for reduced days of the week. I'd rather condense the days that we have to watch.
Hold what you got here. I wanted to ask Mr. Lawton the question of whether this program is within should the general unit determine to support one or another of the options on mitigation, would that then restore this position? Is this one of the ones that would be affected?
The .6, I believe it is one of the ones that would be. Yeah, right. That's not. Yeah.
That seems to me to be a critical matter at the moment, and I hope that people will take a look at the impacts of services as well as employees when they cast their votes on this.
Ken, if you take, let's just say, as you started out, 21 furlough days, because you're a state, you're part of the university system.
Correct.
So whatever we do for that 0.6 person, it's like crass, it could be different than what happens to the staff that's employed by the university.
Correct.
So we could have two standards within the same office.
And that's always been the case.
Right.
We're sort of a unique organization in that we're completely separately funded, as opposed to some people where the money comes into the county or vice versa, and then it can all be handled the same. So there's always been some discrepancy in that. We even have some different holidays, actually.
I mean, Mary's not here. Isn't that true for the wildlife specialist also? Because
in the Ag Commissioner's office,
yeah,
I think they're a state employee as well, directly.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I just want to extend my personal thanks to you for the work that you do, and in very many ways you're kind of like the historical people that just left here. I mean, you have left your mark on the county, and I can think of 5 or 6 farm enterprise operations that wouldn't be in existence if it hadn't been for the consultation that you provided for them. I think that someday we'll be able to quantify what you've done for this county. Thank you very much, Ken.
Thank you.
And while you're still up there taking
accolades,
yes. You mentioned the Garden to Family program. People should not think of that just as another nice bunch of gardens in this county, but there are tremendous volumes of food already going into multiple food banks from that program that wouldn't otherwise be going. It has 2 benefits. One is that it is teaching people how to grow their own food. That's not just a question of providing food, but it's also providing much more nutritious and fresh stuff and using the resources we have to meet a need that we could not otherwise meet. So, the Chief Probation Officer was correct that Paloma seems to have the prettiest garden, but we'll see which is the most productive. Glencoe challenges you in that.
Who's the coordinator of that?
I have no idea. It's the spawn of Krotich, actually, seems to be in charge, yes.
Well, now that you guys have done your kumbaya.
However, I will say in Paloma's defense, because it is real close to my district, that the brochure that you sent out
is the best.
The best.
Well, we've out-kumbaya'd Supervisor Collins.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
All right. The next thing on the sequence of discussion here is the enterprise funds. First of all, the airport.
Airport and self-sustaining fund and their general fund contribution. Any questions?
Sure, quick. That's a significant, I know it's, never mind, I'll just ask you later. It's a significant decrease. I'm just concerned. It's not general funds.
On the item of the airport, we have filled a lot of volumes of discussion about what's going to happen to the proposals for the jail and sheriff's administration. Are we proactively planning what's going to happen to the facilities at the airport if and when the emergency response function gets moved to this new? In other words, are we going to be able to have hangar space available for rent out there? What's going on?
We haven't had those discussions, to my knowledge, yet at that level. I know that if space becomes available for hangars, that there is a waiting list out at the airport for new hangar space.
And can somebody describe?
There's already paid.
Go ahead.
There's already people that have paid for the new hangars to be constructed out there.
That's correct.
Okay, you had a question, Supervisor Walensky?
No, actually, it's answered in the narrative.
Okay. Going on over to page 6 then. Transit, is Mr. Garcia still here? Okay, Jamie.
Yeah.
Has already talked about that.
Yep.
Special districts governed by the Board of Supervisors. Lighting districts.
I know lighting districts are non-general fund.
Yeah, nothing to talk about.
There's not really to talk about.
Talk about them.
All right, and we've already.
Money like the state still. Can we raid? Can we borrow the money?
When I worked for the city of San Jose, streetlights were one of my responsibilities. We got regularly bills from the PG&E when we annexed a piece of property from the county that has a streetlight and a lighting district in it. So just out of curiosity, I checked one time. One had a bird nest in it, one was out, and one was missing. And so I'm saying that street lighting doesn't get enough respect. And especially the street lighting bill. If you were to audit that, I think there might be, might find a little bit of gold in those sales.
Point is well taken. All right. We had some discussion about the Rancho Calaveras CSA. Do we have any comments on the Golden Hills Bar, 20 Diamond 20 or Spring Hills?
Nope, not from.
All right. Debt service discussion.
That is just for both the repayment on the certificates of participation and the jail bond.
Okay, maybe the most important discussion here on contingencies.
We haven't filled those in yet.
It's just.
Okay, did I hear you say that we have nothing to talk about on contingencies?
Well, the contingencies for public health, mental health, and substance abuse are set in their budget. The general fund usually is done after deliberations, so if I can have a few minutes and I'll set up the computer to handle whatever the board deliberates about and set up the projector so everybody can see what's going on, I'd appreciate that.
No.
$20,000 of that is in and out for the capital budget. $20 million.
$20 million in the 15 for the 56.
Yeah, why don't you take that out, so we're talking.
But your end number is still the same.
Your end thing.
Okay.
If you watch the
Okay.
zero on this side,
Okay.
you're good.
Okay. Shirley, talk to us.
Actually, I'm going to let Bob talk to you.
Oh, no. Okay. You have in front of you now the proposed budget with $56,896,827 in expenditures, of which, as we noted, $20 million represents ins and outs for capital costs of the jail. So you can mentally subtract that amount, but it doesn't change the bottom line. The contingency fund is at $1,513,816, of which approximately $1,508,000 represents the return to the budget of monies which would have been lost had Prop A been suspended. So I want to remind the board that just as in every other area of the budget, the contingency does represent a certain anticipation of what state action will or will not be. And then finally, perhaps a reminder based on some of the things, for example, that Tom Garcia mentioned, that the state may not take $2 billion out of Prop 1A, but it's entirely possible they will find 10 other ways to reach that $2 billion by inflicting the death of 1,000 cuts, literally and figuratively, on our other departments. So I would encourage prudence on application of contingency fund. And yes, we do have probably, based on what the assessor reported to us earlier in these deliberations, some slack available from the valuations. But again, there are some other unknowns that remain out there. And again, counting on that full amount of approximately $125,000 or $150,000, it would not necessarily be desirable, but the policy decisions are the board's to make, and we await your direction.
And that contingency is a cash carry of about $4,800. Is that what you're saying? And that's as the books.
I think there is no cash carry.
There is no cash carry built in this. The books are not closed. We do not know what the cash carry is. We will not know what the actual cash carry is until the end of July, beginning of August. But we are projecting a zero cash carry. This also includes the recommendation of layoffs, which of course is in the fate at the moment of the employees, and whether or not they're willing to help us out and make concessions. We'll be knowing that as time goes by.
So where did the other 48? You show a contingency of 1,513. You said 1,508.
Yeah, $5,000. We had a $5,000 contingency without Prop 1A.
And the budget has a reserve projected reserve of
reserves of $2 million.
$2 million is pretty much the same as last year. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right. Who wants to lead this off?
Well, I don't mind leading it off if you'd like. And I guess I would start with an overview and say that the worst probably budgetary challenge the board, since in my 24 years on the board, was during the Wilson administration. I think it was 92, when the Wilson administration solved the state budget deficit by raiding the property tax distribution that went to the states, and it went down from 26 or 27% of property tax, I think, down to around 17 or 18%. And quite frankly, I think as a consequence of what happened, and I want to say it was 92, 91, 92, 93, whatever, but I don't think I think the county's ability to rely on a dedicated income stream was basically destroyed in the solution to that budget crisis, and I don't think it's ever really been restored. I've sat through all the budgets since then, and we've had some. We had the one after the internet bust and 9/11, where we had a recession, etc. But I have always felt that the fundamental financial underpinnings of county government were really shaken in '92, and I don't think they've ever been fully restored in the sense that they're predictable. And they're basically known, and that as the population goes up and increase in services goes up, there's a correlation, a direct correlation between that and increased revenues. I mean, it's always stopgap this, or we'll fund the courts this year, or we'll do this, or we'll do that, or we'll give you some BLF, and then they take it away, and then they, prior to that, they were basically dedicated funding sources, and they went away. And so I don't think we've ever had the same structure since 1992, quite frankly. But I will give my little speech that I always give when we have a financial tough times and it's time to cut. And the speech I always give is that the things that we need to protect most, in my opinion, are those activities that are supported by the greatest number of volunteers. It's those activities that have the greatest amount of community buy-in because they're providing volunteer service, and they also, just about every one of them, have a significant independent fundraising ability to support those departments that are independent of county government. So I've always felt that to cut volunteers in tough times when you're paying the volunteers nothing, and quite frankly, and you can probably tell in some of my questions to people is to cut the volunteer coordinator, which is basically what we have in these positions that are overseeing numerous volunteers. To cut that position is like cutting 10 or 15 or 40 or 5 volunteers. You're cutting much more than that position. So there's 4 that I would like to see reinstated as a matter of policy, and I would leave it to staff to figure out how to do that and bring it back to the board given votes by the employee union, etc. First would be libraries, particularly the branch libraries. I understand there'll need to be some cuts to the main library, but I think the branch libraries and the funding for the branch libraries need to be continued at the level they were last year. The second would be the archives. I think the archives need to be funded to the level they were last year, which isn't very much, and it's a part-time position to begin with 5 very well-trained volunteers. And if Judy isn't here right now, Marvin, but if the Heritage Council wishes to help support the archives, I think they should support them in the same manner that the Friends of the Library support the library, or the Humane Society supports animal control. They shouldn't take it over directly, but they should provide funding as they have ability to the needs of the archive. I'm very much interested in seeing the archive remain a county-funded position, just like the libraries are, and animal control is. So if the Heritage Foundation wants to kick in, I think it should follow that model. But I am for funding the archives. I am for funding the position in animal control. Animal control is supported by the Humane Society. There are lots of volunteers out there walking dogs and taking care of animals and cleaning cages, etc. It's a very small, in my opinion, operation, and to cut that, I think, would be inappropriate. And my last under the volunteer group Well, it's not my last. I'll add one more. It's not as significant, but it's the Calaveras adult tutoring. And I'm breaking that off from the rest of the library. And I've always been very, very supportive of the adult tutoring. It's basically one paid position with, as the lady said, 40 volunteers, and they go into the jail and they go everywhere. And to cut that is like losing another 40 positions. That makes no sense at all to me. So those are my four. I would also add that we addressed it, and that is basically the farm advisor's office and the vast number of volunteers for 4-H, et cetera, et cetera. But what we're talking there is a .6 clerical position, and that will be substantially clarified when we have a discussion with the unions. Secondly, I think there are a couple things here we can do that have a direct impact on economic activity and our economic well-being. The first is I would like to reinstate funding to keep the GIS base map current and in the assessor's office. I think that only makes sense. I think it was $7,000 to $10,000, something like that. More significantly, as I am supporting continuing with the formula on the TOT tax that goes to the Calaveras Visitor Center. If you want to look at our revenue streams, the one that's declined, I think, almost the least is the TOT tax. I think it was a 5% decline, and I think the Visitors Bureau is doing an outstanding job and they provide somewhat of a coordination for both the Wine Association and some of the other businesses as far as marketing the county. And I think that from both a business and an emergency service point of view, I support the GIS base map. From a strictly business point of view, I support that same percentage of the TOT tax, whatever that shall be, which will be a reduction. I doubt that it will go up for this year. Be restored to the visitors center. I have three other sort of names down here, and one was, and I'm not sort of an advocate, but I'm asking the administrative office to look at the auditor's argument of cutting a position and something else, and the net was $22,000, to go back and look and see if, in fact, there's what the argument is there, and give a report back to the board as to whether that is still going to remain your recommendation. Then if there is additional funding, and when I say additional funding, I am basically what I'm basically going under is that I don't want to see contingencies fall below $1 million. I think we should hold the contingencies at all costs at $1 million. That way, if in fact we lose the Prop 1A monies and we have $500,000 to address, we still have some additional revenues coming in from cash carry. We probably will have some additional revenues from assessed value, which I think I thought it was 3.1. Somebody else said no, it was 3.35. What did you say? Where is the assessed value right now, Leslie?
Right now it's minus 3.31.
3.1. I thought it was 3.1. Okay, minus 3.31. We have budgeted 5%. It will go up from 3.31 according to Leslie, but I suspect it won't go all the way to 5. But I think we need to hold it there at the $1 million. If there is some additional monies available, lots of people made arguments in favor of staffing. And I would say there were four. There was the sheriff, there was probation, there was the district attorney, and there When I say sheriff, I mean the sheriff budget and then the dispatch budget. If there is additional money available, my highest priority would be to make sure that we're adequately staffed in the dispatch budget. That would be, I mean, the idea of somebody calling 911 and not getting an answer or getting put on hold, I think is intolerable. It's not just dispatch for the sheriff deputies, it's dispatch for fire, it's dispatch for ambulance, for emergency services, etc. So of those budgets, my highest priority, and that doesn't mean that whatever money's left, give it to dispatch, assuming there is any. It means take a look at it, study the staffing, and find out what is sort of a minimum level that we can go forward with. I doubt that there's money left after that. If there is, then we could have some discussion. Probably my next priority would be to talk to Jeff. Jeff wanted to talk to us. Jeff's out there. After dispatch, it would be the district attorney. Probably after the district attorney, it would be probation. I don't know what all these add up to, so I may be backtracking quickly here, but hopefully they don't add up to more than $513,816. I think there have been very compelling arguments made by Jeannie and Public Health and Mary and Works, etc. I am very leery of breaching that threshold between state-funded only departments and county general fund departments. Once we breach that threshold, I don't know kind of where you stop. I don't think the county even remotely has enough money to backfill state cuts. I mean, the substance abuse and Jeannie and Mary's on her extra hire and the like. I mean, I just wish I could say, well, gee, that's a really high priority, and it is a high priority. But I don't see how we can fund it, given what our constraints are today. So I'm not at this point willing to breach that threshold between 100% state-funded departments, or those departments that have been basically 100% state-funded departments, and county general fund departments. So that completes my comments.
Could I get one clarification, Supervisor Tryon? On the Visitors Bureau, are you recommending funding them at the full 1/3 or reduced by 17.5%, as most of the county departments have been taken?
I guess at this point I'd say the full 1/3, because it's a percentage, it's not a dollar amount, and it's going to go down. Most departments, we're saying 17% off the dollar amount, not a percentage. And the general fund already gets 1/3, and the road department gets 1/3, and it's, to me, fairly directly correlated. The DOT tax, the source, is fairly directly correlated to the effort that the Visitors Bureau makes. So, for the sake of the argument right now, but if other board members felt otherwise, I wouldn't go against the budget. And that's a fair argument. So I don't know where that leaves us, and I don't know that that's the same priorities other board members have. So that's just sort of where I am to initiate the discussion.
Okay.
Maybe I'd just throw one other end that isn't really that significant. But
that's it, Tom.
In the budget, we have $2,000 for board projects. I think 2,500. Okay, I think that should be taken out of board projects and put in for travel expense. We have agreed that we're going to fund those organizations that have direct importance to the county, like CSAC, RCRC, etc. Well, we have to have money. I mean, I use very little travel money, if any. But, Marita needs it because she has to go to CSAC, and I do RCRC. RCRC reimburses me directly. CSAC does not reimburse Marita. Other board-appointed places to go. Steve's on the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, so if he goes there, in my opinion, he's the board's representative. He should be reimbursed. for that. And I don't, given where the budget is today, I don't see us funding, projects in our district from general fund monies. But I think that needs to be reallocated as for travel for those board members that rely on that. And I think it's important when we appoint. If we're going to pay the dues and appoint a board member, then it's important that the board member have the financial ability to attend those meetings. That completes my comments. You and I get to stay home.
You're not going to come back again now?
It's all yours.
I guess it's my turn also. Since this is my first budget proceedings here, and it's going through the process here over the last 3 days. It's not something that I really anticipated at full scale of what it is, as far as the bleak outlook of what our budget here is in Calaveras County. And the people coming out, the department heads and the public and so forth, saying, please save us. I will say this, that listening to Tom, I think him and I are pretty much on the same page, and I can't speak for the other 3 supervisors up here. As far as saving what I would look to save, I'm in favor of keeping branch libraries open any way that we can. I'm in favor of keeping the archives open. I don't think a 92% cut when everybody else was taking 17.5 is fair. I'd look to keep the farm advisor, if we can, some way during contract negotiations, that 6/10 of the employee position open. I'm in favor of funding the GIS in the message office. I think that needs to be done. I don't think it needs to be shifted to Howard's department. I think that part of it needs to stay there. For the small amount of funds, I think it's very, we need to do it. I think it'll cost more in the long run if we don't. I'm in favor of keeping the TOT tax distribution the way it is. I am also in favor of, I am not in favor of taking the $2,500 that is in our supervisor's funds and putting it in the travel expenses. I'm in favor of putting it back in the general fund. I think that's where it needs to go. I know it's BLF, but I think it needs to go back to the city with some of these positions that we're looking at. I, for one, since I've been on this board, have not turned in any vouchers for any travel expenses at all. I paid for all of them where I've gone outside the county, out of my own pocket. I know we belong to CSAC, and I understand the situation there, but I think we all need to tighten our belts. If I didn't have money in my own expense in my own personal account to go somewhere, then I wouldn't go because I didn't have the money to do so. I think when we're looking at cutting jobs the way we are and cutting expenses to all the departments, I don't think we need to spend money in that fashion. I think that just about covers my comments at this time.
I have some questions of clarification. We're basing the 17.5 on the 1A being pulled from the counties. At the moment, 1A is off the table, and we should go down to 10%, not 17.5.
We did basically 17.5, the 1.5 million for for the possibility that 1A is pulled is sitting in contingency. So of the $1,513,000, $1,508,000 of that is related to Prop 1A.
I don't support that. I support that the departments, I think we're going through some trauma. I think the departments have gone through a lot of hoops. And if 1A is full, I think we know where we need to be. But in terms of the preliminary budget, I think all departments should be down to the 10%, not the 17.5. So I don't support that.
That will bring our contingencies down to $5,000.
I understand.
Okay, I just want to clear
I
that.
totally understand that. We've been there before. And I don't have a problem with bringing the contingencies, and Tom does, down to $500,000.
No, $5,000.
I mean, $5,000. I mean, and I understand that. And this is a preliminary budget. And I think the departments all know where they might have to go if 1A is full. 1A at the moment is off the table by both the legislature and the governor. And I think we're asking an awful lot at the moment, needlessly. So the other is I don't have an answer to, or I've lost it in translation, but positions that have been funded but not filled, I don't really have an idea of how much money we're saving from closing jobs or jobs that have been canceled. Not the ones that are listed and not funded. Those, I understand, will probably come off the table. But those jobs that were budgeted that are either frozen or temporarily not filled for whatever reason, I don't know what dollar amount is attributed to that.
The difference between the positions that became unfunded from budget year 08-09 to 9-10 are about $745,000.
Okay, so we can add $745,000, right?
No, that money has already come back out.
The $740,000 came out. Thank you. I understand the 08-09, but we're going into 09-10. There are positions there that are vacant or not being filled. As I kept hearing the departments talk, there is a dollar value to that.
Right, it was taken out of the budget. $745,000 in salaries, in saved salary and benefits, or decreased salary and benefits were attributed to those vacant positions that are unfunded.
So that was part of the department.
That's correct.
17.5.
Yes, it was.
Okay, well, I don't support the 17.5 at all. I think that's putting really an undue burden on the county and the residents and apartments at this point unnecessarily. And if we have to go back and I have to eat my words next month, then that's fine. At least we're partway down the road. I agree with Tom and Gary about the library, with the exception of that we have already cut Central Library in the past, and maybe it's a time to ask the Friends of the Library to help out, and even if we cut the libraries 10%, instead of 18 hours, the county pays for 16 hours. I'm not looking for nickels, surely, but it's the intent of having to do that. I really am not sure that I was clear what Maury said about the one of the supervisors, I don't know if it was Steve or Tom, asked what the impact would be to the branches if the central library was cut. So if it was a significant impact, then I think the branches should take a 10% hit, is I think what I'm saying. Animal shelter, oh yeah, well now you're getting me caught into one of my favorite topics, so I support putting the animal control officer back. So where am I going to get the money?
From the $5,000.
I'm getting the money, no, because I am going back to 10%. I think it's totally inappropriate for us to be at 17.5. I'm just telling you where I'm going.
You go to 10% with.
As far as I'm concerned, Dennis can cut 10%.
If I start at 10%, our employees do concessions, we'll take care of the animals.
Thank you. Okay, so that one's a wrap. The archives.
It's a long shot, Rap, I guess.
Well, you know, the archives, I'm willing to consider what they've offered up. We keep saying, well, it's not much here, it's not much there, and pretty soon we're going to be losing a position because we're not doing that much. So at the moment, I'll leave the archives fully funded, but I'm willing to consider a cut. The literacy program, I just want to remind my colleagues, they wanted to add a second position. I told them we've had a problem doing that. But I agree with Tom, I think it serves a significant need in the county. The farm advisor, at the moment I'll say that it's funded, but I'm open to removing that. GIS base map, I want to give it to Howard. He said he'd have a learning curve, but he could absorb it. So that's all. The Visitors Bureau, I think they need to take the same hit that all the departments take, and they know how I feel about that. And it might give them the incentive to increase the TOT. But, I mean, I think they need to be funded. I don't think they should be at zero, but I do think they need to take at least the 10% hit. I'm not sure what Tom talked about on the auditor's comments. Linda, what did you say that I missed? Or what was Tom referring to?
That's what I threw in Shirley's comment about being wise and not foolish. Just have to keep that in mind, Shirley. But since we are mainly funded by A87 and some other revenue sources, when you decrease your costs this coming year than the following year, our revenue will decrease about 75 to 80%. So if we cut 80-some thousand this year, then we're going to lose 60-some thousand next year. The following year.
Okay. And that was a common theme we heard from other departments. If you don't do this for us, then we could be losing revenue. So, Tom, what is it you wanted to do with Linda's comments?
I wanted staff to take a look at it.
Oh,
if they wish to change their recommendation to the board. That was my request.
Got it. All right. Thank you. I agree. I do not want to start subsidizing state funded units. There might come a time I change my mind, but I haven't done that. I have to go back to what I consistently said, is we need to either fund programs, and if we don't want to fund them, then those are the ones we cut. I think we keep saying public safety is the highest priority. We need to look at the compendium, which is the DA, probation, and sheriff, and dispatch, and all of them can probably somehow do 10%. Again, I think 17.5, to use one of Steve's favorite terms, outside of robust is draconian. So that's, don't use that word? Oh, no, that's okay. That's not acceptable to me. Board projects, I've been consistent in my position that there should be no board projects. And expenses, yes, I am not like Gary, I cannot afford to subsidize everything that I do for the county outside the county. And that's the plan.
Supervisor Walensky, you're next in sequence, but I think that as chair, I'd like to get a resolution on how the other board members feel about the 10% versus the 17%, because it's a fundamental point at which we continue discussions on any level. I personally, I think that
I just remembered something.
There's been a consistent theme here that if we think that things are bad this year, wait till next year. And it's fundamentally because of that reason that I think that we should take as big a bite of this apple or the problem this year and not continue to go on a hope and a prayer. So Tom apparently didn't have any trouble with the 17% assumption, 17.5% assumption. I do not. Supervisor Propinelli, how do you feel on that?
Well, the whole thing is predicated on hope and prayer, to whether 1A is there or not. If 1A is taken off the table, or they take 1A monies, then it's irrelevant. It's going to happen 17.5. So until you have a final budget, I think you need to operate on that 17.5 assumption, because we're going to raise it. And when you come to the final, then we can discuss it, because hopefully by then it'll be off the table and all these taken care of. Either one way or another.
But even if you didn't, I mean, even with 17.
And I understand that we'd be operating on a day, on a paycheck to paycheck situation.
We have no cash carry.
We have no cash carry at all. But
not cash carry. Contingency.
Not cash carry, but contingency. Well, we may not anyway. That contingency is based on 1A monies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So,
if you don't have it, then we get into the budget year, and you're going to have to find $1.5 million. You're not going to have to find, 500 minus the assessed value, minus cash carry, minus some other things.
And I understand. So it's
we've always wanted a 3% cash carry on a $37 or $38 million budget. That's $1 million. That puts us where our objective has always been. And we had several department heads come up.
So
I think Michael Krelitich was one, but correct me if I'm in error, that said, I don't know if we can survive on the budget we have. We may have to come back and ask for more money at some point during the budget year. Well, if we have a $5,000 cash carry, I don't know what we do then, because it takes, I think, 4/5 vote to get into the general reserve, and I'm not voting to get into the general reserve.
Okay, let me rephrase what I'm trying to accomplish here. We had up on the screen, can you push the screen again? The assumption that we have is the 1.5 million and some change over in the rightmost column. Supervisor Callaway wanted to put $5,000 into that column. I am not in favor of that. Supervisor Toffenelli.
At this point, I'm not in favor of it because of the fact that it could not be there a month from now. May not even be there. So.
Supervisor
I'm interested in discussing some broader issues before getting specific into that, but I do have a position I'd like to share after some explanation. But there's clearly three people who think 17.5 is where to go at the moment. So
there's some caveats on that in the fact that we don't know where the employees' unions are going to go either.
Exactly.
So that's why I say for the moment, with all those ifs out there. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think that we have three people that have expressed a desire to have that figure stay at 1.5 $1,515,000. Okay, that's done. Supervisor Callaway,
Okay, I do not, and I have been consistent on this, support doing this on layoffs. I believe, and Tom, I know your position, I am telling you mine. I think that we go into furloughs, we go into closing the office one day. We're not going to hear from SEIU until July, whatever, 7th or 8th. And we can always come back to the budget at that time. Constitutionally, we have to have a budget by the end of the month.
The one thing I wanted to remind the board, the furlough language was written, the mandatory furlough language was written out of the contract a number of years ago. So it is a meet and confer. If the unions do not agree to furloughs, it's hard to say we need to go to furloughs or close one day a week until we get that agreement with our bargaining unit.
But if we say that we're going to do layoffs, and this budget is proposed based on layoffs, then effective July 1, we're going to have a whole lot of people laid off. There's nowhere in this conversation have I heard we'll just carry on until we hear from the unions.
But we did hear about this.
No, we did it for one.
That's not my understanding, Bob.
Not for all of them.
We can't lay employees off until we send out layout notices.
And it's 10 days minimum.
And it's 10 days minimum from there, and it's certainly not our intention to send out layoff notices until the collective bargaining units have rendered their decisions. So as far as administration is concerned, we will continue forward and incur, and whatever expenses beyond budget are incurred, we would have to go back to contingency to offset those.
Okay, and Mr. Lawton, do I understand that the earliest date upon which we could lay any off would be toward the end of July? Is that correct?
Let's say July 18th. Depending on where the different bargaining units set their dates and votes. But I think we kind of established that it would be the first two pay periods of fiscal year 2009-2010 would end up being, regardless of what happened, whether the employees chose an alternative or whether the positions were eliminated, that the first two pay periods of the fiscal year they
Okay, now that essentially solidifies that all other aspects of the budget would continue on the current funding levels?
Well, they would be as appropriated by the board. The board, thus, for example, might wish in the cases of the branch libraries and the archives to provide sufficient support for the non-personal services aspects of those entities, to make sure that is restored to the budget, to make sure that the folks who would continue to receive their salary would have lights and heat accommodations.
Okay. Supervisor Walensky, you had some comments.
Yes, I do. This is my fifth budget, and my heart goes out to Gary in his first, because nothing in the previous four could have prepared me for this experience. This is just one hellacious set of ambiguities to get your head around and try to do something concrete on the ground. For that, I thank the state legislature and governor, and yet still we have to plod on and try to do work here. And there's a number of things that have come up during these hearings that I want to comment on that are in general in nature. I guess similar to Tom, I'd like to give some overview, or at least some larger picture thoughts before getting into my specifics. The first is that there are too many variables. It's not just Prop 1A. That is a neat and trim 1.6. But we have heard from our health department. We've heard from CalWorks. They're looking at millions of unsureties.
And it intrigues me that, and I don't know how I inherited this, this is clearly a tradition that preceded my entry onto this board, but the idea that we can have public safety and safe communities as our highest order of business, and yet take an enormous portion of the county's services to the most in need, the most endangered, the people who are closest to the edge, and could wind up, if punted into another arena, costing us infinitely more. The idea that we could leave that out of the discussion is something that I think no longer makes any sense. Nor does it make sense when a state that is this dysfunctional sets its priorities. Does it make sense for us to simply put our imprimatur on it and say, oh, well? To my way of thinking, we have to think about what matters to the people of our communities, and we need to set priorities that are based on local concerns. And if the state blows it, I don't think it's up to us to simply pass that on and have the people of this county necessarily suffer things that we might otherwise avoid. Now, Maria has been very effective at pointing out, well, you can't do everything. But I don't think we've even begun to have the conversation about how these things integrate into outcomes. And until we do that, it's very hard for me to think, all right, well, I'm going to save my West Point library, and at the same time I'm going to forget about the idea that maybe there is a pandemic coming around in fall, and that maybe we're going to be dealing with a need for the epidemiologist and the public health nurse and the PA over in public health. I think that it's also very hard for me to get my head around the idea that we are about to do devastation to the services that are keeping over 300 people out of institutions. We have an obligation as a county to deal with the indigent. But there are implications that are far beyond the considerations that have come to us around the IHSS program alone and what will become of the people who can't stay in their homes anymore due to enormous cuts from the state. I could go on and on about the state policies, but I don't, again, my bottom line on this is that I'm not ready to just say all right to it. I want to have a much more thorough discussion about the implications. I'd like to see more teamwork. I know that you know you're a team. I can see it from the discussions and the interdepartmental work that's been going on in criminal justice on how do we keep people out of the system. These are strategies that have to be integrated, especially at a moment like this where we're slashing and burning big pieces of the Humpty Dumpty we were trying to put together in the first place. We were trying to get a whole picture. We're dealing with the same clients. We're dealing with the same purse. We're dealing with the same crowd, and yet we don't have a moment here, because of all the state funding ambiguities, that we can even begin to consider what we're going to do in relation to it on the ground. And so I comfort myself only in the notion that this is a preliminary budget, and that we will have an opportunity, and that we should use that opportunity in this intervening couple of months to think this through in a much more profound way, so that we can preserve the services that really matter, and that we don't accidentally, by cutting and slashing this and that, wind up with ultimate expenses that are both costly in budget, but even more costly to communities' safety and health. Let me also say that important in this, and this is my background, is, as you all know, and some of you have lampooned me for, has been in negotiations and labor. And I want to speak right now to anybody in any of the bargaining units that are thinking about this. To me, there's a lot of trust issues that come to play at a moment like this. Is this real? Is there a big pot of money somewhere being hidden? Are people being okey-doked into something and will then find that other people are not in the same boat? These are all questions that people in rank-and-file organizations are asking themselves. And what I know about the people who work for this county is that they care about it. They live here. They work hard, sometimes for free. We've heard that, which I hate to think that we've gone that deep into wage and hour issues, but apparently we have. The dedication of this workforce is unquestionable. But the question about whether we have trust between us at a moment of deep fiscal crisis is yet to be determined. So that when people go to their ballot and make decisions about whether to chip in and preserve services and keep people at work, there really is this choice. It could be, well, I don't have to make a sacrifice. I'm not on the layoff list. But the truth of it is there's a boomerang effect that ultimately affects your quality of work, your quality of work life, and your quality of life as a county and a community. And my hope is that will be the first thing on your minds when you do make your decisions. We're in this boat together. Whatever happens to you in these votes will happen to us making decisions about this budget, will happen to your supervisors, your department heads. We're all going to be in this together. But if you fail one another and you fail your communities at a moment of this profound nature, we will be in a spiral that it will be very hard to come back from. How we care about each other, how we look out for one another right now has everything to do with the kind of people we are. And it's what's in our gut, it's what's in our belief system, it's what our core values call us to. And my hope is we'll rise to the moment. But I will hope that whatever has preceded this and whatever has led to the level of mistrust and seeing the emails questioning about the fundamental nature of this crisis, I would want to assure people that this is in fact a moment where we have to find each other just to get through it. So enough of that. There are a couple of other things that have come to mind. We have a moment where there's classification systems being tested. We can blunder through in good times, but there are times where our whole systems are tested. And if our systems are to mitigate toward best services, the idea that we would put people in 3 categories that I can identify, all in the same extra help classification, has truly come home to hurt. We have people who substitute for absences, maternity leave, injury. That's one category, and we call that extra help. We have people on special projects that are of limited duration or limited funding, a grant or something, and we call that extra help. And then we have people in new innovative programs that are being funded by the state that are proving their worth even as we speak, and we call that extra help. Surely there are differences in how we would want to treat them at a moment where we are letting all extra help go. And it seems to me that it's too late now for this round. But before we come up for another budget round, taking a look at our classification system for that issue alone would make sense. But let's look at something else. How many classifications does one county need in its classification system? Many of the best people in this county are finding themselves at dead-end roles. We have 200 and some classifications for 500 and some people. It seems to me that is also causing some dislocation and some disruption, and also some interesting bumping and non-bumping arrangements that don't always result in good service outcomes. And I think that those are 2 classification issues that I hope we'll pay a lot more mind to. I've talked a little about state-funded units and the isolation of those, but that also seems to be a problem at a moment where we are asking people who are, they're not different in terms of what bargaining unit they're in. We're asking the people in this very building to take a vote sometime next week or the week after, and we're asking them to vote to save jobs in other people's departments. That's the net effect of our disparate treatment of these 2 funding streams. but they find themselves in this common room having a common vote. The heart of the people working in this building would normally go to looking out for everybody. That's what they do for a living. And yet we've provided through this mechanism a disincentive for the inspiration that these people have dedicated their lives to in the vote that matters everything about whether we wind up with layoffs, as Marita's concerned about avoiding, or not. So I don't think that stuff helps either. Boy, I got a lot of other stuff, but I'm going to shorten it for your sakes. I agree on the library, the archives. I believe that they should suffer no greater cuts than the rest of us. I have concerns about animal control and adult tutoring. Tom really listed a very fine list of top concerns. I think the GIS stuff would be nice to maintain some continuity in all the uproar, moving that department at this time, moving work out of the auditor makes little sense to me. Dispatch is something that I've already asked questions about. I do not want to wind up with greater overtime expenses than we save for the loss of the position, and I'm hoping people will look at that carefully before we go to final budget. I believe that we should meet our obligations to CSAC. I do not want to put all the whatever pittance we have left in terms of board discretion into travel and or projects, but I do believe that we should be supporting our role in CSAC and RCIC and the other places where our voice might actually be more reasonable than the voices we'd leave it to if we weren't there. Yes, the Visitors Bureau, I don't believe that there's any sacred cows, should be any sacred cows, and that everybody in every department should be contributing some minimal amount. Whether it's 10 or 17% actually does matter. And I guess that gets me down. But in any event, for the Visitors Bureau, it should be whatever the percent we wind up with as a general rule of thumb. There will be, of course, exceptions based on other criteria. I'm of the opinion that when we get into this deep a hole and we haven't figured out the basic structural refigurings, our classification systems, our relationships between government-funded and non-government funded, whether we're going to have a conversation about whether the state was right in deprioritizing healthy families or any of the other things that we're dealing with. Until we're there, I'm not ready to make a clear. I can't find a clear picture until we've got some clarity on those state programs. But for the present, this is a serious enough moment where I don't think carrying a huge amount of reserves helps. I think the next round of creation of reserves, or more likely filling in the gaps as new cuts manifest themselves, is going to be better done by the structural issues I'm raising. I would include in that review of medical benefits and attempts to bring some of that more local and home. I would look at how many departments we ultimately have and what kind of consolidations can happen. Those things we haven't done a lot of talk about, and they are fundamental to saving long-term money and dealing with the structural deficit. It's not about a one-size-fits-all across-the-board thing. That's what you do when you haven't talked about the policies and priorities and the service implications. For now, I would take the 10% and apply that, and I'd revisit it very carefully based on what happens with the employee organizations, what happens with the 1A, and what happens with our discussions, which I hope we'll have over the next 2 months, about what are we going to do if the state blows its priorities and plans the ruination of our services. How will we reallocate ourselves toward that? So I go with the 10, obviously, in minority status.
So Steve, the difference, do you want to put that into Gina's shop and Mary's shop? Because there's still, I mean, I spent it all.
I think we need to have a conversation that we have only just begun in the last 3 days in a much more detailed and strategic way to be able to keep a level of integration of services toward the ends that the mental health discussion, for instance, was, I think, particularly instructive as what has been begun over the last few years and what its potential impact is in relation to how many people are incarcerated or not. Those kinds of discussions matter to me and have more to do, and the drug discussion about how many people will get off addictions, that saves a whole lot of money if we have the right programs. I don't think we've had that discussion thoroughly on this board, and that's why it's so hard for me to make any kind of idea about what this county's going to look like in a year. Whatever happens, it's going to be real different than anything we've been doing for the last number of decades. We're going to change in a huge way. Government will be different. The question is how and what are our core values in pursuing that. And I think that's a discussion that has not yet occurred here.
I think it's occurred every year at budget time when Mary and Gina come in and tell us the impacts of the state budget to their departments. And I think that, I'm not averse to if you want to use general fund money to subsidize specific programs. I just think you should just put it out there. You've got $1.5 million to spend. I did.
Well, I'll be in a much better position when we actually get some hard facts from both the state and in relation to these programs and have a better idea.
I guess we can't afford to wait that long. I mean, we've got, as Bob said, by July 8th, we're going to be sending notices out. My feelings are, and if that's when you want to get money, which is okay, then, that should at least be on your table to look at that.
You said split it across the board, everybody 10%.
No, I'm saying I want to go down to, in some of these departments, the archives was, 90%? I mean, I don't mind chopping the archives. I mean, that's what they recommend. I want to do GIS, give it to Howard. I don't remember what that percentage was.
But you said you're in favor of the 10% scenario, which is 10% across the board for all departments.
No, I didn't say that. I said we go with 10%, and it could be 10%.
So redistribute the 7.5% to where you want it.
To where I want to?
Well, where we decide to do it, but you're saying it's not across the board.
Not necessarily.
Okay, I'd like to pull this discussion back together then.
Yeah. How are you?
Where am I? Well, I started making some notes when Supervisor Tryon started talking about the Wilson administration. I was going back to Woodrow.
Okay, Russ gets a point.
Was he in office in 1892?
I told Woodrow not to do that.
But the other things I wrote down really resonated with me that I agree completely that we should protect the activities that are sponsored by or involved. They have heavy volunteer involvement. I'm very much in favor of keeping the branch libraries open and robust.
Robust? Is that without discussion or robust discussion about keeping the branch libraries open?
Couldn't get through these 3 days without that word.
I see Obama's using it now.
But it's nice to know you've been on the board long enough to have your rhetoric abused.
But I'm glad you didn't use your coordinates.
Thank you.
The animal control position, I think that considering the state of the economy that we have now, and people are in quite a dreadful situation where people are moving away from their properties and leaving their animals behind, which is was a position that we need not even think about eliminating that position, so I would be very much in favor of doing it. We want to have the farm advisors 0.6 6/10 of 1% or 6/10 of a position maintained, given the cost that we pulled out. The adult tutoring, I'd like to see that continue. And thank you for the list. Now, as to the GIS maps, I think that it was pretty well established that the fundamental base information that goes into the basic layer, which comes from the assessor's office, I would not want that to go over to the tech services. I would rather send it to the motor pool first. It makes as much sense to send it out. I mean, anybody with a computer should be able to do that, but I think it's being done best from the assessor's office. Okay. We established about the 1.5 million in contingencies. I agree that we ought to give emphasis to the sheriff's dispatch, the district attorney, and the probation. I am not really throwing my hat in the arena, Steve, of saying that above all else that public safety should be our priority. I'm blown away by the prospects that it costs 6 times as much to care for people if you institutionalize them than it does to handle it with the IHSS system. I was floored by that statistic today that we cannot let ourselves deteriorate to that unfortunate position. So if I had to give up board projects or travel or whatever, it would be a very, very small contribution. It was $15,000 a year or something that we were talking about with that decrease in 25 cents an hour. Prior to this particular budget, we had, if you recall, we had a $25,000 budget just in our supervisor's discretionary account. I'm not altogether thrilled with not having the ability to respond to a need within my district with some small amount of money. I'm still not sure exactly what decisions were made on that. Maybe we can get some clarification on it. I'm still there. It wasn't that. It just got frozen. It was frozen.
It was just comments.
Yeah, with the existing money, you see it in place, and that was included in the vote.
Okay. So that pretty much summarizes my feelings at this particular moment. This is, admittedly, this is my 3rd time around on this budget process, so Gary and I are kind of still on the learning curve to a certain extent. I really want to give some well-deserved praise for the institutional memory that's on this board. Really, Rita and Tom have been around here a long time, gone through these difficult times. Certainly a lot more frequently than we have. I appreciate your things that you can bring up from the Wilson administration.
Before my time.
President Thomas, you didn't discuss or state your position, or maybe I missed it, on the Visitors Bureau or the archives.
I want to keep the archives open. I think that it strikes me and it goes without saying that our future is very, very closely tied to the availability of our history for people that need to find it, and there are a lot of people that avail themselves to that function. And on the Visitors Bureau budget, if we were to reduce their 33% by 17%, that would give them 20. We're going to reduce the 33 by 17%, so they would get 27.3%. I'm not sure what we're talking about doing with the other amounts. We currently split it 1/3, 1/3, 1/4. Okay, so if we reduce the Visitors Bureau down to 27.3 of the diminished amount that's coming in, what happens to roads and what happens to general fund?
I recommend put it in the general fund.
Say again, what happens?
Put it into contingency.
Put the
The money, the 17%?
It's $23,000.
The rest, you have to understand, I think the board needs to understand, the Visitors Bureau is different. It's not a dollar funding. It's a percentage funding. And TOT will probably go down. I think you have in the budget.
We projected $20,000 decrease in TOT, which means the total pool is $400,000. An equal share would be 133,333 repeating. So that's what it would be at an equal share.
And last year they got
140.
So it's about $7,000.
That's the 20,000, third of 20,000, 21,000, 7,000. But that's a percentage, and even like when we do other departments, that we're going to give you more money or whatever. I mean, if they don't perform and the TOT doesn't go up, they automatically go down. They have no guarantee because they're not starting with a dollar amount. They're starting with a percentage. That's different. That's the only allocation we have is based on a percentage.
No one stays in our hotels, and
they get zero.
Yeah. Zero for the general fund.
Well, Supervisor Walensky used the phrase that there are no sacred cows, and I'm pretty much in agreement with that philosophy, except that in this particular instance, the fact that there is a fairly large TOT collection process in this county is in large part due to the efforts of the Visitors.
That's my point. You're sort of. We are very effective.
They're very effective, and so I mentioned that we could conceivably cut it down to a smaller percentage, but I am in agreement with you that it should stay at a third of whatever is collected.
Gary, where were you?
I was at a third.
Okay, and I was at a third. So you have 3 at a third. Do you know whether you have 3 votes on all these things now, or do we need to poll the board individually?
On the branch libraries, we have more than 3 votes. On the archives, we have 3. On the TOT, we have 5 for funding the Visitors Bureau, 3 at 1/3, 2 for the same reduction. We have 3 votes to keep the GIS base map in the assessor's office. We have 3 votes for the farm advisor. We have 3 votes for CAT. 3 votes for animal control. Not for the cat, CAT.
Don't tutor.
I like cats.
How about the animal control?
Animal control, we have 3 for that.
I need to ask the sheriff for my animal control.
You wish to what?
I just need to ask for clarification, Sheriff Mike. So if the board wants to keep your animal control officer, then because they took a 17.5 whatever cut to, so if you keep it, then how are you going to make up the difference? What are you going to
But we're not asking them to. That comes out of contingency. That's coming out of contingency. We're funding that. Well, all the things we just talked about, we're funding from contingencies. It's not part of the budgetary cut for the department.
On the dispatch question, is it the consensus that we would request a review of the economics of overtime in relation to the savings, and we have a report back by final budget?
What do you mean, from the dispatch? What are you asking for?
Well, you have raised a dispatch.
Didn't you already discuss that?
Have we made a decision on that?
What do you have on your notes on dispatch?
Dispatch, I have
Okay, we have 3 votes for dispatch.
I have.
There's 3 votes for dispatch. And then the last one would be, and dispatch and even county council, a lot of that is going to be influenced by the vote
Right.
of the union, the association. I guess the question then to me is, we can say all these things. Can you give us a rough dollar amount as to what that hit is?
I wanted to ask a couple of other questions about our decision, because there were some nuances in the earlier discussion that are not reflected in this. One of the questions was on the library and the archives, whether to, at this time, for the interim period, to sustain it for the non-employee costs and to have the outcome of the votes determine that, so that, are we doing that, or are we...
No, that's what I'm saying. This is the policy objective.
Right.
Let staff decide how they want to frame it.
All right, fair enough. But I think we had a recommendation earlier, which I'm inclined to take.
I'll accept that recommendation, and if they want to frame it differently, they can frame it. The policy decision is, though, at the end of the day, we want these...
And we can bring back after the meeting.
Well, whenever the vote is, it's supposed to be not later than the 7th, so it could be tomorrow. But
we may be revising this at that time.
Is that what they're doing? They've called for it already. Yes. Set a date. Okay. Well then, just one. Well, the 8th day of the week, the 8th is, but the following Tuesday, we better have a closed session.
7th is a Tuesday, and it's working.
Are you going to vote in the morning or evening?
We're not meeting on Tuesday, Tom.
That's the 7th of July, right?
I thought we were cutting at 17.5%. We're going to cut it.
17, we made it.
Marita, be a good sport about this.
We ran an hour too tired for humor.
Now, clarification on direction of the board on the board projects. We've heard the board project move, just go back to the general fund. We've heard board projects used for travel.
Okay, let me try a different
and I haven't quite got that.
Okay, let me try a different recommendation, because I don't use it. Apparently Gary doesn't use it. But I think you need to approach each board member that has a board designated representation, like Marina on CSAC or Steve on the Sierra Nevada Conservancy or whatever. And I think we should fund the travel for those board directed, if you're going to Mountain County Water District or you're going to whatever, and it's out of county, talk to the respective board members, and I think they should be allowed a travel budget to attend the board appointed positions. I only have one that is RCRC, and RCRC reimburses me for it, so I don't turn in an expense report. So I don't. But I think those that do have those should be reimbursed for them. It's not fair to say go do this and just take it out of your own pocket, in my opinion.
I think the supervisor will answer.
Well, I turned in my first stuff, I guess, a couple of weeks ago, but I'm inclined to continue to not use this in terms of travel expenses unless there's something like Washington. But and I don't expect any more in the next few years. So my hope would be that we maintain some. Each of our individual assignments are different. Each of our individual financial circumstances are quite different. And it strikes me that if we're taking the 17.5% cut overall, that we needn't go into this in addition, at least not to fix it in relation to any particular circumstance. So the maximum flexibility to me would be, we don't have to use it, and it can revert. And individually,
we don't use it, it goes to cash carry.
That's right. So I'm okay with just converting it to cash carry and leaving it allocated. But with each of us, it's public information. People can track us and how we use it or not. That seems a fair scrutiny.
I feel exactly the same way.
I support that position.
Yes, sir. Unions on that? Mr. Lawton, I saw you waving your hand down there.
I wasn't waving my hand. I like Mandrake was gesturing hypnotically. I just did a little.
At least it wasn't twitching.
I did a little back of the envelope of I think what I heard folks talking about here, and I know Shirley wants to try and you want to follow along on the screen. This will not be dispositive, but I think this will at least give you a sense of where your requests are in the ballpark.
Okay, give me a second because we have some stuff.
Do it in order.
Oh, well, in your order. I could do it in your order.
Do it in my order.
All right.
Your password is not correct.
Are you trying to hack my computer?
While we're setting up, might I ask a question about our protocol? We have gone through a budget hearing. We have an obligation to adopt a balanced preliminary budget by the end of this month, and yet we do not meet again after this date. How do we, and do we have the authority or have we agendized this properly to be able to take action now? And if not, what do we do about that?
I believe you are agendized for meetings through Friday, June 26th. So the board, the further meetings pursuant to this will take place at the board's pleasure, I believe, and unfortunately county council is away, but you could say, make your recommendations today, allow staff a reasonable time to detail them, and you could come back and vote on a proposed budget either tomorrow afternoon or sometime on Friday, based upon the directions given to staff here. I would, it's in the board's direction.
I think some board members are taking off.
July 20th is the date.
When?
I know you have until July 20th is the date that you have to adopt the
Oh, July 20th?
That's the drop dead date.
I don't like this one.
Is it not like you?
Gary, are you and Marita, are you going to be around the next 2 days? You guys off for it?
I'm gone on the 28th, so I'll be around on the 28th.
So,
what do you want to do? Well, if we could just do it at the next regular scheduled board meeting, then that's fine.
That's July 7th.
Well, Linda says we don't have to have it adopted until July 20th. Is that accurate?
That's your drop dead.
Huh?
That's your drop dead. Then we could actually.
He's going to drop dead then. Let's wait till.
Don't give him that long to assassinate.
Well, it might help us to have the folks in on the bargaining units and make our decision at that time.
Well, that's true. That's a good idea. Yeah. We kind of have an idea. That's where we are.
So am I hearing that you would prefer to just make the recommendations today and have a final ratification on the 7th, or continue our deliberation on the 7th?
Yes, I think so. Is that? Of course, the board, we're going to meet on the 7th, and the vote's going to come probably in the evening. We're not going to have. When will we have the results of the
8th?
So you have to wait till the 14th.
Either that, or we can continue this meeting of the 7th to the 8th and meet to discuss the union thing. I mean, we probably should all just keep the 8th open just in case.
That sounds like a good recommendation. Do we have a consensus on that? We'll continue the discussion on the 7th.
Sorry, I don't have my password.
We're going to keep the Wednesday the 8th for November 474. We have a question. Gentlemen, Mary Sawicki has a question.
Because the merit system, our employees that were scheduled to be laid off, already received those notices effective June 30th. So I just want to make sure that we can still proceed with those. We really need.
We're talking general fund. That's all we're talking, general fund. Mary, is that the question?
So we'll continue to proceed.
Okay. If it's non-general fund, if it's due to state cuts, then you need to proceed.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Tom, do we want?
I have a question, if I can.
Hold the thought just for a second. Do we want to continue that discussion over here, or Jeff talking, or continue later?
No, let Jeff talk.
Let Jeff talk.
Jeff, go ahead.
It's more of a procedural question. When would be the time for me to address the layoffs in my office? Is it after the unions? But you'll give me an
when the board acts, the board will take some action after the union vote.
So I should be there, if the union vote is not such as to save the positions, I should be there at that time. All right, that's all I have.
Yes, if there would be layoffs in the general fund unit, it will be based on those votes.
So I'll wait till after that to come in and talk.
Yes.
Jeannie.
Okay, so for non-general fund, I would work with Francine to issue the notice for layoff conduct.
Yes. Is that correct?
Until it's amended.
Is there any way to avoid that, Steve?
Yes, correct.
And so, procedural question then? So then, if the furloughs go through, is it going to apply to non-general fund departments or not?
Yeah.
It would apply.
It would apply to all members of the bargaining unit, whether they're in the general fund or not. Now remember,
are there members of the bargaining unit that aren't in the general fund?
Yes.
Yes, that's the problem right now.
But again, the idea is that among the alternatives are ones which would lean very lightly on furloughs, more on employee participation and paying the cost of their benefits, which is good for even for the non-general fund departments, because the less money you're putting in the claims on benefits, the more money you have towards salaries. So it's not without. If they go with participation rather than furloughs, it's not necessarily a bad outcome for the non-general fund. It benefits those departments too.
But then it still lose
You still lose the ones that you had stepped forward on. And I think we were clear about it in the letter. The 16 non-general fund positions, 8 in CalWorks, and the 2 in health, and the 6 in public works and integrated waste. I don't believe the union anticipates that their vote will affect those positions, and it wasn't anticipated in the budget that those positions would be affected by the outcome of the vote. That those were made for direct reasons of state reductions in programs that it has been the board's previous practice not to backfill.
And that's how I understand it.
Absolutely. Okay. So, is there an interest in proceeding through these? Tom, you want to get the list out again? You want to take them in order. Okay, libraries. Okay. So the first item is restoration of the libraries.
Branch library.
Yeah, branch libraries.
And whatever has to happen at the library to keep the branches going.
Well, we're talking, this is just to get you in the ballpark here. Okay, that would be $150,000 to restore the branch libraries, all staff, all utilities, the whole shoot match.
Okay.
Bob, would it be all right to put in, of course anything's all right,
Of course.
to do a negative for the Measure J stuff?
So we're
And
done.
I can't.
So you see the real 30, you see the 20 million out. Shirley, make it so.
There is something to that enterprise.
Yeah, but you got the hair for it. I think you have to do the other on the revenue.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's something I cannot recommend, yeah.
Okay.
Very fine. One up there.
Yeah, it's an obsession. Okay, so branch libraries are $150,000. That leaves you the contingency of 1.3. Animal control is next. And just the cost of the estimated cost of the staff person, as we reflected in the budget, was $60,000. It's probably $59,875, but we're playing with hand grenades here, not darts.
I'm sorry, how much was that?
60. Okay. So the archives, another 60. Again, it's probably 58,772, but
52,000.
well, is it 52, Shirley, or the 50?
You had 6. They had a proposed budget of 59. You had 6,000.
Okay, 53,000. Fine. Yeah, we'll go for 53. Okay. Visitors Bureau.
Well, no, finish the.
Adult tutoring is 37,000.
Okay, and then the farm advisor, about half, 60%.
Yeah, I got that. So, archives, adult tutoring.
Okay, that takes care of all those then that are supported by.
Adult tutoring, 37.
By substantive volunteer groups. And then you got the farm advisor.
Yeah, and the farm advisor, best I could do is, I think, 27,000. Because it's a 0.6 foot position.
Yeah.
What was that?
27.
Oh, spelling doesn't count.
Okay, then we go to the GIS basement. Yeah, that's the next most important.
Okay, then you have, you want to correct the spelling on farm advisor?
Well, if you're...
Well, we got, you see the press is taking pictures of it. No.
From the phone.
Far, yeah, 2 steps forward. Okay. All right, so then we have GIS base map, 7,000.
And it's declined. Oh, it's closed on me. Okay. It's okay.
Leslie, you said you weren't going to do it and shift your resources to doing other work, because other work you're not going to do. So,
Well, we have a way to make it happen, and Howard and I talked about it. He's fine with it. By the way, the number's closer to 80.
Oh, well, put it in. Hey. Give me your bag of shells. 8,500.
It does get to that classification.
GIS.
Remember the
Yeah.
analyst overlay I
Yes,
suggested
yes.
2 years ago?
Exactly.
We know what it is.
I know it.
It's another position.
And that was how much?
8,500. Sure. Okay.
We lost the bottom line.
I know, sorry. I'm going to update it.
Visitors Bureau, 133. Okay.
Okay, then it would be dispatch.
Okay, dispatch is, I need some help, let's see. Are we talking about, okay, we had a 5%, there was one position held vacant for about 71,000. Taking it down to 17.5 was a second position being held vacant later in the year, and the 2 dispatch clerks. The total for all 4,
you can do all 4.
Because I'm waiting for a little bailout from the guys over there. It was 218 for all 4 positions. If we wanted to restore the 2 dispatch clerks, that would be about, we call it roughly half that. This is just to get us in the ballpark. This isn't a final decision. If it would be, you still would have vacant the sheriff's tech due to the pending retirement in June '09, and the sheriff's dispatcher.
Why are we taking it out?
You can't do all four.
Well, I just want to get a handle for it. So you'd have the two, we wouldn't lay off, we wouldn't do the two active layoffs, but we'd still absorb the vacancy that exists and the one that's coming up. Is that the?
Okay, we're having a discussion.
Did the original, when you zeroed the visitors around,
Yeah.
did you put the 133 into contingencies? Is that where it went? Or somewhere?
Oh, no, it went to general fund. It went into your house, Ernie's, and your house, Bert's.
It's already been distributed.
Yes, already.
Yeah. The only money you have in contingency is what we have pulled back because of Prop 1A. It's entirely Prop 1A funded.
Other than the 5,000.
Other than the 5,000.
Other than
So can we roll back up so let's roll back up to dispatch.
With the two dispatches at 108, which is 109.
Yeah, okay.
And you're now you're now below the $1 million contingency.
Okay, now we got DA.
I just thought you didn't want to go below $1 million.
Well, we've
Let's
got.
put them all on the board and then see what.
Okay.
And the DA can't have one.
DA's got two. There's an investigator, and a deputy DA.
No, if both dispatch, correct me, both dispatch and the district attorney, if the employee association votes for what is proposed, they would automatically, those positions would be reinstated.
Oh, sure. All those positions would be reinstated. The DA's positions, the probation positions, the dispatch positions, those would all be restored. Farm advisor, archives, branch libraries, those positions would all be restored if the collective bargaining units approve some sort of
including the archives.
Yeah, because the archives are non-represented, but we will have the same extent applied to the non-rep.
I guess the real key is to meet on the 8th after the vote and see what happens. I mean, if these get reinstated, then this is
You'd have a
if they don't,
significantly.
then we have to decide where the cutoff point is. If we go down this list, we have to prioritize within the list. You know, I mean, it's hard for me to say let's get below $1 million because the Prop 1A gets put back on the table. I mean, how much do you want to go back to? Yes. So, okay, I think you kind of know where we are, and I guess we'll wait and see what happens with the vote. I mean, if the vote is favorable, then what do the totals look like, I guess? And if the vote is not favorable, then what do the totals look like? Maybe you could send us an email.
Yeah, we could certainly advise folks.
That if the vote's favorable, then what does this number look like?
Correct.
Because then I think it becomes a very manageable number.
It would certainly be less.
By a lot.
Yeah.
And if it isn't, then we have to decide where the cutoff point is.
That would be up to the board.
Do a listing and make a recommendation, but I don't think we want to go beyond anything on that board.
Oh, $30? We got $30?
Already got 136.
Contentions.
Oh, I see.
That's
That's 936?
936.
Motion for the DA one.
Oh, the DA is not up.
Yeah, just the name. Because you got two positions in the DA, that's at least
All right. I think that these deliberations today are drawing to a close, it appears. Tom suggested that we keep $1 million balance in the contingencies. We're very close. It could be.
Well, we don't have the district attorney to lay on it. And a lot of this will depend on the vote. If we're going to meet on the 8th or the 14th to decide this, then we'll have the vote, and we're going to have to prioritize, and we're going to have to pick a cutoff point, because you can't just run it down and not.
Well, I think that it's important that we have our communication be consistent, that we're going to meet on a regular meeting. It'll be agendized for further discussion on the 7th. We'll hold a
Special meeting on the 8th.
Special meeting on the 8th, agendized for continued discussion, with the understanding that we will have the answers to those elections.
I think
Or
probably
make sure you check with all the board members before you decide what,
you might want to schedule at least a closed session on the 7th, perhaps the 8th, because it's basically labor negotiations, so we can talk about it a little bit. Okay, then.
you can do it anytime.
That's what we were asking.
I can do it in the afternoon, but not.
Okay, we'll do it in the afternoon on the 8th.
Okay, Supervisor Walensky, we're discussing, we have a regularly scheduled meeting on the 7th. We agendize continuing this discussion on the afternoon.
I think you can include a closed session, because it should be part of labor negotiations, negotiating. Can we have a closed session also?
I don't know, it just said on.
Take two, they're small.
So that could be fine with the time of it.
Let's see if we can get a closed session.
Meeting over.
Talking closed session.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Walensky has a question.
No, I don't.
That's right.
I do not. I'm just asking when the meeting is over, actually.
It's not even 5.
Unless there are any other comments that wish to be made, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you for your attention.
There'll be no